already full. Just a breather here for Boston, but Shotty's not slowing down. He's going straight for it, looking for Nero. Guns him. Look for the second. Snake's going to fall eventually. The dash is going to be here as well. Ghosty finds the kill, finds the time, and Optic gets revenge on the main stage.
The order is in. It's beans on toast for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for Optic. Phenomenal performance to kick off their championship Sunday. They deal with Boston in the best way possible. Okay, the S&D was shaky, they will care not. And it is a date on the main stage in Dallas with Atlanta FaZe. That's coming up next.
I don't know if you've seen what I've seen, but Dashi, he's different. Dashi is delightful. Dashi is divine. He is the dagger. He's the righteous retribution in hard points so far this tournament. 30 and 13 on Mikado. He did it in the Fortress hardpoint against Boston. He did it in the Fortress hardpoint against Surge. It is not realistic. You should not be able to do this consistently against the best teams in the world. But when they summoned him, and they called him with the light in the sky, he answered that call and brought a beautiful game to the major.
How wrong we all were. Hey, look, Davis catches a lot of fun for this, but we had all the same feelings. Optic Texas, the roster change, the thoughts around it. We queried it, the questions, Twitter, Reddit, everywhere, across the scene. But every single question that has been asked of Optic Texas since Friday has been answered with, screw you. We are sensational on our day. Ghosty with a brilliant performance again, soaking up that hill time. Dashi at 30 and 13. A monumental performance from Bruce once again. Everybody from Optic Texas firing on all cylinders. Boston Breach, they will bow out in fourth, which I believe, you know what, is a pretty good placement for them, but they will be disappointed in the manner that it did come through. They were no match for Optic today. A 3-1 decimation of Boston.
Wow, I'll tell you something, Dashi is shooting so well recently. There's probably 30 moronic YouTubers making a video about him and how he's probably cheating, but what do I know? Ridiculous from Optic here, and they will continue on, and an awful good game coming up next. But before we get that, I'm going to throw it over to our desk to break this one down.
Well, there it is, the green wall, they get it done. Massive victory over Boston Breach. They righted the ship, right? Go back Thursday, they lose 3-0. This time they win 3-1. I honestly cannot believe the performance we are seeing out of Optic. It's incredible. Merc, these guys are so lights out. This tournament could be theirs.
Oh, it definitely could be, right? Next, they're going to play a FaZe team who they beat online just, a week or so ago. Right. But, yeah, I mean, they're frying. I think the big thing here is their hardpoint has really come, into fruition. Like, they are playing top-level hardpoint right now, and that was that game mode that was kind of 50-50. But they, found their map pool. Right now, it's sort of Fortress and Hydro. Those are their go-tos. Which one do you want to play them on? That's going to be the question for Atlanta FaZe. But, yeah, I got to give props to the ARs. Dashi and Ghosty both really fried that series.
Yeah, got to go to Hardpoint because Hardpoint really standout team. For me, at least, was Boston Breach. Their Hardpoint was out of this world. Their control was looking great. And then all of a sudden now Optic Texas taking Hardpoints, taking control.
That's what's so insane about this series is that Boston Breach is typically one of our stronger respawn teams. When they're winning these series, it's off of all the respawns and stealing a search to destroy if they get lucky. I think Dashi's performances in map number 1 and 4 is really what impressed me throughout this series. I mean, in Fortress, the 250-91, he goes 31 and 16. Ghosty close behind, 23 and 18. I didn't think Dashi could top that performance. And then we go into Mercado Hardpoint, 30 and 13.
I need this guy milled. I don't know what he's rocking.
That's what I'm saying. We need that set up YouTube video ASAP Rocky Dashi.
Man, listen, Dashi is him. Like, I'm going to just say it. Like, he did this at Major 2, absolutely frying. People started to question whether or not he had the ability to do it with the new roster, me included. And now he is just going off in the hard points, and he's doing it in such a great way. Like, he started off that game 6-0, and then he backed up, didn't keep on playing for those spawn kills, backed up to P2 with the setup with this squad. The discipline is there. They're learning from their mistakes they made early on. This is a Boston team that was undefeated in hardpoint throughout this tournament. Now what, you turn around and you look at the stats, whereas Optic had 7 straight hardpoint wins since that game 4 against the London Royal Ravens. You know, you talked about, Joe touched on it, like with their map pool. It's like, okay, nobody really wants to play Mount Hydro. You tried that.
Hell no.
Yeah, hell no, right? And now I'm looking at Albagro. You look at Seattle and you look at Boston. Those are 2 good respawn teams. I don't want to take them to Fortress. You could just run around, gun me, Dash, you can sit top dub, and then Mercado as well, where the SMGs really get going. Their hardpoint map pool has suddenly become unbelievable, and it is a problem, as we've been seeing, for every team in the league.
Dashu was unreal. Look at that hardpoint KD, 2.1. He stepped up to the plate. Every time I'm looking at Shotzi as well, even though he doesn't have the best stats across the board, I mean, he's beaming players left and right.
I mean, listen, just sort of the chemistry between sort of, who can Shotzi, even going back to the Dallas Empire team when they were world champions. This isn't like your typical Abizi and Simp sort of entry and kind of roaming Slayer. I don't really know how they both they must have something like telepathically. They just understand each other's roles very, very well. Like, it is a really untraditional sub duo, but they make it work. They both take turns frying on the map. And yeah, those two, depending on how well they are playing, that's how far they're going to go.
Well, we talked about the hard point. I want to go back to that control because that's actually our scuff play of the game. Let's talk about that clutch play, that round number 5 on control. Ali, what did we see?
I mean, honestly, when it comes to LSULO, it's typically a defensive heavy map. It's one of those ones where you're going to want that round 5 defense, but both these teams stolen offense in this series. So for it to get pushed to a round number 5, I mean, the cards were in the hand for Optic Texas. It almost slipped out of their fingertips with 8 seconds to go, but it's the big plays out of the SMGs, right? They get up, they get that spawn trap going, they find a couple of kills, they start trading each other out, and they don't even let that A zone get capped. So just a really dominant defense out of them, especially when it was down to the wire.
I also think, just being honest, control changes a little bit on land, right? Like, obviously you can hear a lot better online. It's easier to clear out your base. The comms probably aren't as hectic, right? And on land, you got a guy like Shotzi and Hoop making plays in your base. Like, it's going to be harder to find them. And naturally, like, Hoop was alive for a good minute in that last round, just behind them, making plays. So Optic just put him in the blender there at the end. And also in this series, like, if you can't slay, you can't win. And Boston, these last couple of games, and the respawns in general, they weren't able to slay.
That's right. And you got to question control. If it goes the way of Boston Breach, how does this series go? Because, they won the Search and Destroy 6-3. They were looking very strong there. It could have been a very different series. But the point is, Optic Texas did exactly what they needed to do to get the victory. And that means they move forward. And that means on land here, we are going to have Optic Texas versus Atlanta.
Yo, whoever wrote this script, you're crazy, bro.
Good as gold, baby. That's going to be coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
and welcome back everybody to the Call of Duty League Major number 3, coming to you live from Arlington. It's the Optic Texas Major at the Esports Stadium Arlington, and it has absolutely been a banger of a weekend. We're on day 4, Championship Sunday, and we are about to have Optic Texas face off against Atlanta FaZe, a match as old as Call of Duty history. Time right, it's just such a good matchup. They faced off during the qualifiers. We saw Optic get the win. A lot to break down there. But this entire tournament has been nutty, and I'm loving each and every one of it. By the way, good cast on the last series.
Thanks, man. It was a pretty good game. These guys behind me helped out a lot as well. But hey, look, Optic Texas looking good right now.
They are definitely looking good. And speaking of looking good, let's take a look at our bracket. And I want to just dissect it because we've had so many great matches. Where do you want to start, Nameless?
I mean, it's looking like LA Thieves V2. Optic in this loser bracket run. I mean, we showed LA so much love, and this run is absolutely insane when you really think about how Optic started, right? You think about their online qualifying stage, how they had to win a game versus Atlanta FaZe, the champions, to even get themselves a winner's bracket spot. And then they get into winners, they lose 3-0, right? Losing all their confidence seemingly. And then a game 5 versus our worst team we have in the league. And now they have a matchup after smoking our number 1 and number 2 seeds in the tournament.
That's right.
Now they're playing Atlanta FaZe. This is a crazy.
You know, I'm starting to think they just wanted to play as many matches as possible for the Green Wall. You know, I think maybe it was all just planned so that we could see them every single day and get the crowd lit.
Could be. And another team I want to highlight, though, that I don't think a lot of people saw, maybe an inkling of, maybe they'll be there, but Toronto Ultra, right? They're in grand finals.
Yeah,
sitting
true
there.
that.
I mean, that's wild to me. Great team, by the way. But beating Atlanta FaZe, I didn't expect that.
I think for all of us, we've kind of been waiting for Ultra to catch fire and find that extra stage. We all know they're a very good team. They're in our top 3-4 conversation every single event. But we've been waiting for them to find that extra level. We got a glimpse of that against FaZe today. They're a scary opponent in that grand final, whoever gets them.
100% Toronto Ultra looking to take it all and doing it with Hixie, which is a great thing. So this is going to be a wild, wild grand finals and an even wilder, I think, losers finals without question. We only have 2 more series left for the Optic Texas Major. Let's start taking a trip down memory lane and compiling the stats, at least our stats crew has done. So let's start taking a look at Hardpoint. Now, Celium is absolutely out of this world. His stats are incredible, 1.52, but the guy who really stole the show for me, Nameless, is Tim. 1.50 this weekend.
Yeah, he's a main slayer for Vegas Legion. They find themselves now with 2 top 6 placings. Not easy to do when you're the team that sort of has to be the ragtag group at the end of roster mania. So Temp, he's really just been consistent, especially as a slayer. But there's some other heavy hitters on this list as well, man. Fred doing everything he can when it comes to Seattle. And then Dashy, I guarantee his stats have gone up after that last series.
Oh, it has to, man. Dashy was popping off, and his stats are looking great. It's interesting that Optic has done so well, and Dashy's still down there at number 7. But he's going to...
Yeah, that's super low, Taylor.
Look, man, I'm just saying on the list, okay? But he's going to continue to go up. And but Tim, man, good on him for taking over that top spot anyways. I mean, Hardpoint, you know, it's one of those games played twice. You got to win them. And Dashy, man, we'll see how well he's going to do. But a great run from Vegas Legion, though. You know, a team that needed to win, especially when it came down to CDL points. And I think they now made themselves a little bit more comfortable in the CDL points race for champs.
And I think a real big factor in this Temp, you know, he's able to go off in these moments, but the plays are constantly being made by 2Real, Clayster, and TJ behind them. This teamwork in this squad is really solid. But Temp is the player who can go off. He is their Dashy, so to speak. Good numbers out of Donnie Temp.
Yeah, 5 maps from him, at least played overall, 1.50 KD, and one of the guys that was definitely scary. Vegas Legion, there was a point in time, Nameless, I thought maybe they could go the distance.
Wait, I saw Allie's eyes light up when he started talking about Temp. What was it you wanted to say right there?
No, I was just thinking about the LAD series, and I was just thinking about the hotel map number 1 when Legion were down 206 to 63 and pull off that win. If you talk about Vegas Legion, I mean, yeah, you got a slayer like Temp, but the fact that this roster has found any success this year, you know, it's been a bumpy ride for them thus far. You know, obviously it sucks to lose. It sucks to get bumped out of the major number 3, but they did what they really needed to do, right? Regarding points, regarding confidence, regarding like just the team as a whole with chemistry.
That's right.
I think it was a great run from them.
Beating LA Thieves, like you can't complain with that, especially after the loser bracket run they had in our last major.
Yeah, I think one big thing for them that will be disappointing, though, is the fact that you go out in such a way to Boston. I think that's the only thing that will really sting them. A good placement overall, but Boston absolutely smoked them.
Also, when it comes to Vegas, they keep getting like the last match situation, and it absolutely mentally checks them. So just do better online. Get yourself a winner's bracket slot, right? Because like they look pretty decent. The online performance, they did have a very tough schedule, so I expect them to go into this, work on their control. If control comes to fruition, this is a team that can make a deeper run.
Well, it's been said Search and Destroy wins championships, so let's hone in on our search stats throughout Major 3. And what are we looking at? Havoc there. Havoc tearing it up, an Envoy at the top.
Kills per round, so you guys know this is not KD. Havoc is always in the other team's face, making plays, and also Envoy. I mean, LA Thieves really fixed their S&D coming into this. Obviously, at the Major, they had some struggles, but Envoy was a shining light, at least for me, throughout this stage.
Definitely.
I mean, well, you got to look at Havoc and his performance. Florida Mutineers beating New York Subliners. Ali, that was a win that was huge for them. Again, just like Las Vegas Legion, we talk about Florida Mutineers in terms of their points. We're at the halfway point, right? Major 3. They need to rack up as many points as they can so they can qualify for champs, and winning this matchup might have done it.
Yeah, I mean, Florida was kind of like the trap team. I felt like in this tournament, it was one of those teams where like they weren't really strong across the board, but we hadn't seen this full roster on land yet, so there was always that possibility. They caused that upset against New York Subliners. The problem for them, though, is they thought they had the edge going up against Optic Texas and fall short.
Yeah, and then also just to chime in, everybody's been getting slammed by Optic now, so it's like I don't really exactly know where to put Florida, but at least beating New York is no easy feat, right? So Florida might be on the up and up. We'll see.
Well, you said it even at the beginning. Florida hasn't done a lot for us to talk about them. Now we're talking about them. So like you said, maybe on the up and up, Nameless. Well, let's move over towards Control for Major 3. A lot on this list. I see Kleenex over there. I see Scrap as well. Inside, in fact, nearly the entire team. But I see you, Ton. Who you pointing out?
I mean, there's a lot of purple going on. Yeah, right. Full of literally LAG, Toronto, and
where's Marky B?
Yeah, where's Marky B?
Marky B should be up there.
SC has been the shining light for the Royal Ravens throughout the entire season, and a 1.85 in Control. They're looking better. They are looking better.
Yes.
You know, it's a tough matchup for them on the first game in the losers bracket. You're going up against Optic Texas, home crowd against you. I think if they play up pretty much anybody else in that losers bracket, they have a good chance of advancing forward.
I mean, I think they really beat themselves here in that first matchup that they got in the elimination bracket. You know, I felt like Golden Royal Ravens was the one team that maybe didn't deserve to be down there in that kind of one-and-done situation. But, I mean, we've been calling for this player to quote-unquote get help at the beginning of this season. I feel like now the team chemistry is slowly starting to build. They're right there. And I really hope for Golden Royal Ravens, they take this major and let it be like, all right, well, we're still back.
Yeah.
Like, I want them to take this and be like, you guys, you're right there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've looked at ASIM all season as like the Lambo trapped in the garage, like just let me out, let me out of here. But I think with the role swap, like they've looked so much better. And in that Optic game, like they just choked, and it's not easy to play in front of the green wall. So ASIM, hopefully him in the London Royal Ravens can pick it up.
That's right, and you got to question how far would they have gone. Optic Texas beat them. Now look at where they're at. Now top 3, looking to take over the entire thing. Could London Royal Ravens have done the same thing? Potentially, but we'll never know. But this isn't the only tournament happening this week, and we also have our challengers open. They're a passionate group over there, $75,000 they're playing for. I believe they're right now currently live in the grand finals. And from what I've heard, Rocker Academy going against Notorious.
Got our Rex.
Love the
Go,
passion
baby.
over there, Nameless.
Yeah, you know, I was going to the bathroom, and as I'm walking out, I see Doug Stetson Martin, man. I'm like, what's up, man? What's up, old friend? He's talking to me. He's like, man, listen, I'm top 4 right now. I'm about to dominate these kids. I'm going to get back in the league, and I'm going to get my ring. So let's hear Doug's reaction.
Yeah, Doug had an awesome reaction, dude, after taking the win. Yo, he's going off.
Oh, my gosh.
God damn. Poor
He
Beast
says-
Boy Josh.
he's saying
So
bad things
to
right
add
now. That's why we
context to
can't hear
this,
it.
he told me, because there's another clip where they start screaming at him. He told me what happened here. He hit a crazy shot, like absolutely gunned somebody off the heady. So he got, obviously, extremely hyped. And then he told them, good game, guys. That was a lot of fun.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what he said. Good game, all PG. Right? I caught a glimpse of the score just above him. It was like 252-49. So very, very justified in getting hyped up in that moment. Here is our bracket, though. As I said, we are currently in grand finals. And Ali, I want to ask you for challengers. Are there any teams that stood out to you? Because look, there's a lot of them.
I mean, obviously a lot of them, but I just think it's so funny that consistently when we check in on challengers, it's the Rocker Academy team that is making their way to these grand finals, and there's some old men on those teams. We got Panda and got Rex. We got some dads on the squad, and they're still out there sending you guys home. I made you guys lock it in the challengers pit over there.
And I've got to shout out my EU boys and Notorious as well. Weeman and Co. I think, you know, Weeman got himself, what was it, a 1v3 in round 11, game 5 at one stage as well during that challenge. So it's a hell of a spectacle over the challenger side.
And that is going on right now. Like I said, grand finals. You can check that out on COD. Bravo. Go check it out and look at it, because grand finals is going to be wonderful. And I'm even going to have to check it out as well whenever I can. Anyways, we're currently live up here, but I definitely want to see how that one's going to be unfolding. Rank play, it's out now. And hey, if you want to make yourself up to the top 250, give it a shot. Hey, it's not going to hurt. It's free 99 to play after all. Anyways, you might run into some pros after all. We got Dream Crazy up there. This is my girl, and she's spinning a clip, popping off time.
No surprise to see Ellen doing the business. I mean, she has got such a history in Call of Duty. And of course, it's great to see, you know, people like Ellen, people like Nate, all the community members who have, you know, been in the past in terms of their playing ability, still showing us what they got. I mean, you even look good in rank play, bro. Yeah.
Listen,
hold up.
wait,
stop.
Ton, what rank are you?
We don't need to talk about me, bro. You're the player.
Yo, but listen, shout out to Dream Crazy. Way back in the day, she's been gaming forever. She was a beast in Black Ops 2. Used to attend events and smoke some kids. So let's talk some more rank play.
And she was the first female pro as well. So
yeah, let's
take that into note. She's a beast. We got Paradox, our lead observer for the league. Always
Big dog,
giving us the best angles out there from the Hot Hands Lounge. Let's check him out. What does he got?
Oh, he reads these spawns. He knows where they go all the time. He's on the camera on the map. He knows these things.
Oh, my God.
Wait, this is OP.
Is that you in the kill cam sound? Is that why you're so passionate right now?
If it was me in the kill cam, it would have been me on about 180 ping, so it would be more than excusable. Thank you very much.
Of course, we also have our watch parties as well in conjunction with the main broadcast. We've got a lot of talented folks. Of course, the flank, we have Scump doing his thing with Optic Methods, been holding it down. And for you at home, you also can earn your drops, and I hope you have been. I'm kind of lacking and slacking, all right? I need someone to send me the codes or some way so I can get my drop.
You got a tablet right there.
Well, yeah, I know, but I didn't want to have it up, and then someone go, yo, you got the stream up. What you watching? Twitch chat? No, I'm trying to earn my drop. These are the watch and earns. I hope you're getting them out there. If you haven't already, go ahead and link your Activision and Twitch account to earn rewards all weekend long, and even throughout the qualifiers, get those double XP. I know I got each and every single one of them. Not that it helps me rank up, because, well, I'm trash, but it is what it is. I'm going to continue to get better, maybe even check out some ranked mode for myself. A lot going on this week, and the tournament continues to go forward. And coming up next, one matchup I think everybody was wanting secretly, and now they're going to get it. It's Optic Texas going against Atlanta FaZe. Who's going to be in grand finals? We'll find out after the break.
Racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats. I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats. I ain't got too much to say.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major 3 Optic Texas Major here at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. Losers finals about to go down, and it's green and red. Optic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe. Done giving me a wink. He's pumped up, too. Don't do that. You're going to make me act up. Hey, Nameless, check it out. Let's talk about it. Optic versus FaZe. A lot of history here. Let's walk through it.
This is a tale as old as time when you look at these two organizations starting out as clans, gaming videos, getting into the competitive side of things. FaZe tried to venture in and be competitive, but didn't have too much success versus Optic early on. And then later in the years of Call of Duty, they find these players, they find these teams that can win championships. And, you know, in the CDL era now, in this franchise league, the last 2 years, Optic has been smoking Atlanta FaZe. It's 8-1 in their last 9 matchups. And on land, it is 3-0 since the last title. So Optic coming in fully confident. The Green Wall knows what it's like to go up against Atlanta FaZe.
My bad, Atlanta. You go on a 15 S&D streak, but you still can't get through the wall of Optic Texas, apparently. I mean, the KDs across the board speaks for themselves. Stellium's been a beast throughout this entire event, but are any of us actually shocked? No, because it's just what he always does every single year. Atlanta FaZe right now, they had their search and destroy. That was their game mode. They were undefeated. They finally lose 1 to Toronto, and they lose the series. So that's my biggest worry right now is kind of the compromise of that situation of having that kind of game mode under your net. Now it's like, okay, maybe we're not as dominant as we thought we were. Just kidding, you are. I mean, a 15-win streak, you're still looking good, but it's a tale as old as time.
You know, Atlanta FaZe is a team that is to beat. I mean, they are, in fact, our returning champions. Look to go back-to-back. Can they do it? Well, they got to get through the green wall first. And let's hone in on our player to watch. It's got to be a BZ Ton. Walk me through.
Best S&D player in the game. I don't, look, they may well have lost to Toronto, but this guy is just let off the leash every single search and so smart with being able to find these first bloods. Again, we could go through the stats of this. There's a lot of numbers, but the numbers tell us that this guy is so far above everybody else.
Absolutely, Ton. I totally agree with you. And don't get it twisted. Optic beat them online, right? But BZ Tyler was frying 41 on that first map for the loss. And then in that game 4, when they were trying to mount that epic comeback, everybody remembers the clip of what BZ was doing at bottom 10. Just for a moment, there was some belief. When BZ's on the map, he can wreak absolute havoc. And he's been doing it for the last 3 months straight, for the last couple of years straight. So, you know, it's going to be a tall task for them. This is truly, you know, an SMG duo that has been going up against Hook and Shotzi for quite some time. It's going to be wild up there on that stage.
And even though Atlanta FaZe dropped down to the elimination bracket, they're a team that is ironclad. They're not going to get in their heads. They're going to recover quite well. The composure is going to be real. So they're absolutely going to give it their all against Optic Texas. But let's dive a little bit deeper into this series. Let's look at our maps and modes. And, well, Ton, you seem like you're animated about it.
Fortress Hardpoint getting through again. I know Optic Texas haven't necessarily had a sensational record overall, but I mean,
you have to.
I mean, what else would they want to play?
They can't play Hydro, right? When you think about it, Ton, that's what we were talking about, Ali. Like, it's super hard now with Optic's map board.
I'm right there with you. I'm pleasantly surprised with this map series layout, but I know I saw some cheers in the chat a little bit because there's no fortress in that map number 3. Trust me, we're all excited up here as well. This should be a banger, to be honest. I'm surprised LSU got through with that most recent loss on Atlanta FaZe from Toronto, but it's also opportunity for Texas.
Opportunity for Texas and an opportunity for us to do our predictions. Let's go ahead and head into it. We're going to make it a bit quick because the teams are ready to go. I have bet against them. I bet for them. I've kind of went both ways. But now I am a firm believer in the green wall. I'm going Optic Texas to take this over Atlanta FaZe. The energy has truly transformed me. I'm a believer. What about you, Tom?
I would typically always go FaZe. I am kind of with Ant. Do you really pick against them? But the way that Optic have been getting things done, I like the map set for them as well. I'm going Optic Texas.
All right, Optic Texas 2 for 2. Ali, what about you?
I don't really have much of a choice, do I? Atlanta FaZe.
Oh, Atlanta FaZe she is, but we know what she's up to. Crowd's out, Ali. They love you. Nameless.
Listen, I picked Optic in the last series, and as much as I believe in this little magic story, everything. Peace up, A-Town down. I got Atlanta FaZe in this series. I think they're coming in, and they're taking it. That guy in the front of the crowd, he's ready.
Okay, so we got technically 2 for 2 Atlanta FaZe, Optic Texas. It's time to get the losers finals going. Bryce, let's bring them out.
Here we go. Texas, you've been loud, you've been beautiful, but most importantly, you've been patient. Because there is a rivalry brewing on this stage. These two teams have battled through COD Esports history. And now, an elimination match for the loser, home, where there'll be no comfort. For the winner, glory into a grand final. Let's find out, though. Introducing the team that might get booed. Please welcome to the stage, Atlanta FaZe! Slasher, Abizi, Simp, and Salium. Atlanta FaZe.
Listen, you can see why they're smiling. They're ready to eat some dinner. These are your major 2 champs. They just faced a beat, but they're ready to go. That search and destroy streak has been broken, but their mental has not. Time to go up against the green wall. Let's bring them out, Bryce.
All right, well, I think I know what you're waiting for. I think I know what you're ready for. And I'm expecting bleeding eardrums. So once again, please welcome to the stage, Optic Texas! Ghosty, Shotzi, Dashy, you,
their way to Sunday purely on the passion of the green wall. And now they're looking to make it to the grand final. They have the talent, they have the fundamentals, and they have the team. It's time to get this started, Rice.
Certainly is, Ali. Thank you very much. Glory isn't given, it is earned on blood on the main stage. Let's find out what happens. Over to our casters, Lando and Study. Thank you so much, Bryce. Yes, indeed, Texas. You've been waiting for this moment. Could your boys get at least to this moment? And they absolutely have. But Jay, they've got a very formidable opponent on the other side of the stage. Quite a bit of history between these two, buddy.
Oh yeah, if you think about we ended Major 3 qualifiers, it was this match that Optic needed to win to make it into winner's bracket at this tournament. And they got it done by winning all 3 respawns. The way that Optic Texas have been playing ever since they find that victory against London, they have been absolutely lights out. The SMGs are playing well, but the ARs, at least in that Boston series, they took over.
And it's gotta feel great, right? If you are this Optic Texas team, right? The roster that really spoiled the party at the start of this tournament was Boston Breach, right? You get 3-0'd by them, then you come into that last match, you get your revenge. And historically, this has been a matchup, Jay, that Optic Texas have loved, right? They have beaten Atlanta FaZe so often lately. They have an 8-1 series record versus this team going back to last year. And speaking of last year, man, we were in this building, we were at this venue when Texas shocked the world and beat Atlanta FaZe to claim their Major 1 championship. It's one of the greatest rivalries that we've seen in Call of Duty history. And now it is time for them to duel again. Here we go, Texas. Optic versus FaZe. Game 1, Fortress HP.
Everything is underway. Atlanta FaZe wanting on the better side, so they're trying to set up that early trap with Shotzi. He's trying to make his way through. He's able to stay alive, but all of his teammates now trying to fight out of that spawn. Atlanta FaZe are finding all the kills in the feed. And Optic, no one needs to panic because they're just waiting for Shotzi to make his play.
Yeah, absolutely. Shotzi, patient as ever. He'll be awarded with that kill, and from there, we'll see what the rest of those green arrows can elect to do for FaZe. I mean, you're trying to be aware of the front side. You're trying to make sure that you got P1 locked down, while also not trying to give up those spawns. And I'll say, Jake, this is going very well off the rip here for Texas. They sit in a great spot already for those P2 spawns.
Yeah, that's good work right there from Optic to find the kills when they need to. A great play from Shotzi as Optic are able to find all 4 kills. Now you just want to back up. Make sure you block that spawn and set up properly for this P2, because they're going to be the team off the early rotation.
Oh, man, it just feels like, Jay, this Texas team is absolutely firing. A BC, 3D, and how about a beatdown as well? The Tiny Terrors foiled here from Shotzi. A bit of a heat check, but understandably so. Texas reached 40 points, and now it's time for Atlanta to make their attack. To the gates they go. It's the ARs coming out strong, but Texas reply back with 2 of their own.
Yeah, if you're Optic Texas, though, you just want to fight this to the very end, because right now, Atlanta FaZe, they're going to set up off that rotation. Slash is trying to go on the flank, but he immediately gets cut down. So Optic Texas with a stellar start to this hard point. A lot of time off of that P1, basically a full 60 over towards P2. But now you have to find a break in one of the money hills in P3.
Yeah, a great opportunity for FaZe to get right back in this game. It's going to be at P3. Slasher hitting some nice long-range shots, and the same thing can be said now for Celium. Crossfire established there for Atlanta. One player from the front, though, is able to sneak through. Eventually thwarted as Shotzi back to the respawn screen, and Atlanta finally able to take a moment to breathe, but it's a team nade.
That's a team nade, but at least you are getting those close spawns. If you are Atlanta, one player is going to spawn out, but it's all a lot of pressure from Optic from the front, and they all just get cut down. Atlanta FaZe, we're ready for that push. And they're rallying up that time. Only 35 seconds left. Sip on the pit. Sip on the pit. He finds 3. All 4 dead. Atlanta FaZe hold.
That is 5 in a row now for Chris Lair. Atlanta FaZe, as we said, that hard point can get them right back in this game. And take a look at that score. A few shaky moments that kicked off this hard point. A team nade indeed, but they're able to lock it down. They're able to remain strong. Zimp does eventually fall off the spree, but now we head in toward cannons. Can Texas lock it down? And so far, they're doing a great job of trying to keep Atlanta FaZe at bay, really across the map. Bit of a spawn trap set in. How long can Hook remain? Eventually drops, and now here come FaZe.
FaZe all out through bottom maps, trying to find a couple kills to make their way out. That's 3 in the feed. So now the last 2 players from Optic Texas have to try to make a play happen. Ghosty with a great spot, cuts down the first, but he's stalling time for his teammates to get back into the play. Atlanta FaZe trying to find an opening through that stage shot.
Yep, they've got a few members. Player 5, player 6, that's going to be Slasher and Abizi. Making their way toward the flank, and Ghosty, the new addition, lock this thing down. That's gonna be 2. Celium, at least able to cause a bit of pressure. Really for FaZe, you were just happy to keep Texas off of this time. You did not have that rotation. Any time that is not really going to either party is a positive in the end. MC continuing to be a thorn in the side, as that's 4 in a row for him. Regardless of it, Optic deal with it, and now they've reached 100.
Yeah, this has been a very scrappy hill between both of these squads, but Optic do a great job just not allowing Atlanta FaZe to get themselves back into this game. But off the rotation, Atlanta gonna be fully set up for the Blacksmith. Shotzi finds himself in towards top maps. He can cause them some problems, just has to locate where these players are.
I mean, how many times has Shotzi been in a spot like this? It just totally causes a bit of havoc, causes a bit of chaos. Now it could be Hook's chance. As we said for FaZe, a bit on the back foot, but in that Cannon's hardpoint, they started to wake up, specifically Celium, who has had an unbelievable performance in hardpoint. Lately, Jay, the stats are off the charts, as per usual with this guy, but already off to a great beginning. Here in the first set of rotations, 15 and 10, as we've got a 20-point game.
With only 25 seconds left, Optic are doing a great job of just keeping him off the time. And Ghosty, the rookie, he's able to find 3. The break is in now for Optic Texas. Now it gets a little scary if you are Atlanta FaZe. Now you have to fight out of that double doors push. You have to take control of maps. They're doing a great job of just trading a couple kills around. But Optic, with the preferred side, should be able to set up for that P1.
Yep, see what they can do with it. If you are new to Hardpoint, this is your first time watching some good old COD. First of all, welcome. But you're going to look at the bottom left side of your screen. Both teams are trying to hold on to the left side of the map, as they want the hard point that's going to be coming up in the next 50 seconds most of all. But the battle still will take place at P1. It feels like, Jay, for the last few hardpoint FaZe, while they've had their moments, it's really just been about breakout of that backside spawn. Then you get some time. You have to break out continually, it feels like, as Texas take down 3 again. Spawn trap in play. It does not get much better than this.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe just can't chain a couple kills together to break out of this setup. Right now, Optic Texas holding every single angle that they need to. As Shotzi does get cut down into maps, but with only 20 seconds left, you see Atlanta FaZe. They're not going to put the pressure on to P1. They're trying to flip those spawns. They're trying to make their way over towards that stage side. These are some big gunfights. If you allow Optic to take these wins, they can get out of hand.
It's a big moment. It's a big moment, and Bruce there to put the 4th man down. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding. A check-in with Optic Texas.
Back up. I can take this. Front cannon, absolute. Front cannon, absolute. Easy. You ran bottom art. I bottom art. Look at the knee. Look at the knee.
You want sleep on us.
I spawn out. Yo, I can pick up your clothes.
Over there. I got needed.
I have your clothes.
Back door. Back door.
Shut up. Left side, back steps. They're spawning stoner gate.
I have our bench.
Same out. We're 2 back door. Last 2 back. I got one. To the side, play. You play ahead. Leave him. You might have to back up. I rolled one shot.
I'm on fire time.
Throw a gate back. You sit on the rose box. I spawn out.
I'm out front, guys. I'm out front.
I have the box.
I'm out front.
One guy's already maps. In maps, you said?
I'm out front.
In maps, 1 shot. 2 maps. 1 shot.
That was absolutely clinical. Optic Texas, perfect control at the gallows, and Jay, they escaped at the perfect time. Now to hold on to Fountain. We've seen it multiple times so far since this roster has come together. They could just take over in Hardpoint, and we are seeing that on full display. Texas can win it here, and it very well is about to be a 100-point club. Celium trying to see a bit of light, but right when he does, Ghosty's there to beam him.
And it's only 10 seconds. Atlanta needs to find a break. Well, Optic is going to 100-point club on map number 1. That's 3 dead in the feed. Only player is Slasher. He gets cut down. Optic take map 1.
second. 8 hard points in a row. And another 100-point club on top of it. My God, Jay. You and I had one of the first casts ever with this new Optic Texas team when they faced off against, I think it was LAG.
Yeah.
And from that moment, we saw the potential. We saw the prowess that this roster can have in a mode such as this one. But their ability to just come out and just be in perfect form, whether it's the slang, if it's the map positioning. I mean, it's almost second to none.
Oh yeah, Optic are playing perfect hardpoint right now. That's the biggest difference when you watch their game probably a couple weeks ago to now is the fundamentals. You even heard in the communication, the small talk was on point. Shotzi was like, Ghosty, you probably have to back up in this situation. Let's make sure we're watching the cross over towards B1. They were just winning all the rotations that they needed to. When you're finding the easy kills on the map, the scoreline is gonna look like that, but what a statement from Optic Texas. In this map, number 1, they decide to not play that hotel, because every time they play Atlanta FaZe on hotel, the game ended 250 to 240 something. But since they've gotten a lot more confident on Fortress HP, they come out, they choose map number 1, and they dominate it, and now have a 1-0 in the series.
For good reason, man. And how about that 3-piece there from Ghosty? Just, I mean, Jay, you've been in the spot, right? Where you were a rookie, a young player, jumping into your first tournament. The stage is bright, the lights are reflecting off of you. How does it gotta feel if you're Dan Ghosty and you're making 3 pieces like that versus FaZe?
Oh, it's gotta feel fantastic, man. You think about this young man and his confidence. You had to start developing it in that London series. When you're getting all the way a victory in a game number 5. But when your teammates are starting to chain it together, you're starting to get a lot more comfortable, starting to know everyone's tendencies. That's when this young man is starting to strike. Just playing with a lot of confidence in that map, number 1. Now you have to train it going into this map, number 2. We did just see Atlanta FaZe's S&D record just get broken in that last series. Optic have to try to take this search and destroy because this is a map that they did lose to Atlanta FaZe in their previous matchup.
Yep, that's exactly right, my friend. Optic Texas go up 1-0 in such commanding fashion, and we highlight, understandably so, Shotzi. 25-15, started off this game on a lovely spree of 5-0. But just total dominance across the board. You see the team KDs, you see the outplaying performance that Texas just put up. But like we said, man, you're moving into this search and destroy. We know the stats, we know the run that Atlanta FaZe has been on, but there has to be a little element to this where if you're Texas, it's like, you know, Toronto was just able to beat them on this, why can't we?
And the reason why Toronto were able to beat them on it is in that first blood. It was 7-9 in favor of Toronto Ultra. They were just doing a great job of shutting down the SMG presence on the side of Atlanta FaZe. You know, if you do that, you take down the Tiny Terrors, you are most likely going to find some success. So that has to be the way that Optic are going to try to take this search and destroy. Play it patient. Don't go for any ego chows. And just play for that first blood, keep the numbers on your side.
Yeah, I know Ali on the desk was touching on it, you know, a little surprised to maybe see LSC little search destroy come through in this map set. But if you are Atlanta FaZe, right, you got to try your best to block out the noise. It's definitely not going to be perfect, but you got to block it out and prepare for this next search destroy. And honestly, man, just reflect on the record. You know what? Are we off of a loss? Yes. However, can we just recognize the performance that we have put on LAN so far throughout this season, Jay? 17-2 in S&D on LAN or Atlanta FaZe. I mean, like I said, you're off the loss, but the confidence is still, it has to be there.
Oh yeah, without question, man. This is the bread and butter for Atlanta FaZe. Every team that Slasher is on, they're always one of the best search and destroy teams that we have in the game. And with his teammates around him, man, just have to fix the mistakes that you just had versus Toronto Ultra. Don't be over-aggressive. Don't get a little bit overzealous. Just play your numbers, play your trades. But with all that momentum, Optic gained in map number 1. Can it continue here?
All right, Jake, give me the matchup. We'll take a look at our top 5 search destroy KDs coming into Major 3. And you see, really, 2 members from Atlanta FaZe, but Dashi in between. We'll see if his presence can be enough, but we know it, right? Easy, absolute menace, a 1.37. But give me the matchup. A player to look out for Texas, a player to look out for FaZe.
Oh yeah,
here in this S&D.
I'm definitely looking at on the side of FaZe, it has to be Abizi. That's the guy who's leading in S&D when you talk about the KDs. And then the opposite side, Hook. Hook's the guy that can shut down that aggression on the side of Abizi. But Early into this round, it's going to be Optic on the attack. aBeZy with no dead silence earned. No hesitation already on his flank.
Yeah, and if you're Texas, I mean, you don't expect for someone to go for a flank off the rip. Understandably so. No dead silence, but it doesn't matter. aBeZy, first blood master, already able to make that presence felt. In the meantime, Texas plants bomb, 3v4.
3v4 now. So now if you are Optic Texas, just try to iron up and play for a kill. You still have to be aware of aBeZy on that flank. It's causing him so many problems. Everyone just checking their back end. Right now, Dash is in the spot to at least watch over the bomb, but Sim finds one, 4v2.
Big gunfight victory there for Ghosty. As we said, time continues to tick away, and it's all going to be on to him. He's going to have to be around clutch all by himself. That's going to be 2 time. Kasey is going to start to become a factor, but Slasher is able to wipe away the rookie, and from there, the retake is in. It starts with a first blood, and it ends with a defuse. FaZe go up 1-0.
Yeah, aBeZy just set the tone right there. Once he finds that first kill on the flank, even though the bomb does get planted, you see all of Optic Texas. Everyone was just trying to play for a corner. You don't want to get some bad timing, but eventually when they take care of him, the rest of Atlanta FaZe, they flood on in. They're able to find a final kill onto Ghosty and take round 1.
We talked so much about the history between these teams. The last time they faced off, it was an El Asilo search and destroy, and we've talked about it, right? The crowd is definitely aware of it. The streak that FaZe has win on, it was an El Asilo search destroy victory that they had over Texas. So we're talking about prior matchups. If we're talking about history, these two teams have it on this very map and mode. Stuns are out, and Dashi, the glint of the scope has definitely been revealed. So with that in mind, FaZe deciding to back on up. Shotzzy still eager for information as player 6 and aBeZy looks to get aggressive again.
aBeZy, he might have found the timing, but Shotzzy, he's just going to get away with his life. Can't find the kill. aBeZy with another first blood so far in this search and destroy. 3v4 situation as the bomb is now going to get planted at B.
aBeZy still up here. Dashi did not spot him just toward his side. So with that, he definitely has hurt him now. Pistol out. Oh, one more bullet, and it surely would have done the trick. Brings it now into the 2v3. Bomb has been planted, and FaZe, they've got the info.
And right now, Celium, he's the player all the way across the map, and he's watching that cross. He allows Slasher to go for that late flank as he takes down Ghosty. So now Dashi in the 1v3 with only 20 seconds left. It's not going to be an easy round. He gets sniffed out by Slasher. Now that's 2 rounds in a row from Atlanta FaZe. aBeZy once again with that first blood. You take down Shotzzy. Take all that map presence over towards that B site. You get it down. Eventually you set up your players to go for a couple flanks to close out the round. Atlanta FaZe 2-0.
I tell you what, man. I mean, for FaZe, you're talking about trying to rebound in this search destroy. Who are you going to rely on? The guy that we talked about it, right? aBeZy, such an unbelievable search and destroy player. They're relying on him to walk away with those first bloods. So moving forward throughout the remainder of this game, if you're Texas, you've got to be aware of those early situations. You have to be aware of aBeZy. This FaZe, well, a little slow to arrive, but as we said, can it be aBeZy again? 3 for 3.
Another first blood for aBeZy. Now makes it another 3v4 situation. Optic just going to try to get this bomb down again. Trying to clutch up this time around into 3v4. aBeZy already working his way through courtyard.
He can just kind of hang out here. I mean, you're watching the primary lane. Yep, yes indeed. Shotzzy falls. Ook not able to finish off that kill. That very well could turn the tide of the round. As we said, bomb is planted. Atlanta FaZe, you definitely have to get a move on, but they're finding all the kills that they have to. Once more, it is left up to the Rook. Ghosty, 1v4, not able to hold it. Not able to lock it down. aBeZy and Atlanta FaZe, a commanding start to this search destroy.
Yeah, aBeZy's just taking over, man. Another first blood on the round. Once he finds that kill, he wraps all the way through the courtyard side. Takes down the second, and then you see in that 4v2 situation, Atlanta FaZe, they were playing for the information. One player shoots out towards white, then you have Poop towards the courtyard side, and we're just playing for the kills before anyone decides to hop on that bomb. They find it, they successfully get the defuse, and so far, flawless search and destroy from Atlanta, 3-0.
Yes, indeed. Optic crowd trying to get behind their boys. It has not been a great performance so far from the SMG duo in Shotzzy and Hook. Still yet to get on the board as they will look to try to change that up. Did a better movement there for Shotzzy, but can it actually equal out to a round? That will be the question as Texas desperately look to try and walk away with the first blood. And it very well could be Hook that's able to lead the charge. Dead silence popped.
Dead silence pop. Does he decide to push his way through these double doors? As Atlanta FaZe, they're just playing a mid-map setup, just trying to cut off every single angle, making sure no players are going on that flank, but it's none other than Abizi.
There's no way, Jay.
Already finds himself in a great position.
There's no way. There is no way! 4 for 4 out of Abizi. Oh, Dashi goes low. At least evens things up. But for Texas, they have just had to work so hard. And being down in man count, Shotzzy now brings it into the 3 versus 2, 30 seconds on the clock. And now for FaZe, a pick would be huge. Slasher able to deliver as Hook does get found out, but started off as Atlanta FaZe success. Texas eventually turned the tie, but now it's going to fall onto Shotzzy again. Grabs the timing. Now into the 1v1. Slasher has yet to grab the bomb! Ant-Man to the rescue! Texas finally able to grab a round, but how much did it take?
Took Shotzzy to find a 3-piece and clutch up a 1v2. Right there, Atlanta FaZe. Once Shotzzy finds that first kill in towards bottom pool, that's the player with bomb. Slasher was all the way already at that B site. Celium was sitting towards top money. They just didn't want to put themselves in that situation to fight Shotzzy in a close range engagement. Eventually don't work towards that bomb plan. Shotzzy with a much needed clutch. Finally get one on the board for Optic.
See if Texas can start to build a little bit of something off of that. As we head in now to round number 5. Shotzzy, understandably so, gonna try to be the beacon for information. Meanwhile, you've got Ghosty toward the top side of your minimap. He's able to lay in a few shots. I believe that's towards Celium. So shots exchanged, and now it's about time to get something going. Bomb in the back of Hook. The biggest thing for him, Jay, is a first pick would be huge, but if he dies, that bomb could be in a very awkward spot. As here comes the brigade.
Oh, that nade not hitting might give Optic some false information that no player's gonna be in towards the side. Sip and Abizi. It's time to strike. They find the first blood onto Hook. Now already in the 3v4 with only 35 seconds left, Optic have to make a move.
And for me, the biggest thing is that Shotzzy's able to pick up that bomb, and he will be able to get into this B site. Celium ends up dropping Dashi, and I believe he's got the info that Shotzzy has got to be on this bomb site. It ends up going down, but in a 2v4. Ghosty on one side of the map, and now it is all left up to Shotzzy to try to fend for himself. How long can he hang out? How long can he last? As it's all gonna be up to him, and FaZe overwhelm once more. Add it to the tally of first blood, equaling out to a round victory, 4-1.
Stake right there in that round, Optic Texas. Thought that they have all the information that they needed once they throw that nade in towards that site. No hit markers to show for it, though. That's another first blood in favor of Atlanta FaZe. They read the play beautifully, as you have both your SMGs sitting in towards that A site. Rotate back over towards B, cut them all down. Another flawless round from Atlanta FaZe, now up 4-1.
So this has just been, I mean, what we expect right out of the best Search Destroy team in the game. It is definitely up there with one of the best S&D teams of all time. Making it look clinical so far. 4-1, can they make it 5? Can they remain perfect in the first bloods? We'll have to find out. And Jay, that's, I mean, the reason why we see the score the way that it is. You're facing off against one of the best S&D teams in the game, and you get to get a first blood on the board. So now you have your one hand behind your back. Now you've got both. Texas down in numbers. Can they rally?
So now in the 3v4, Celium does find himself in a position up towards field side. So they can decide to wrap this bomb back over towards that B point. But with Hook sitting in this corner, he's the guy. He's gonna make sure nothing fishy happens over towards this A bomb. But time is starting to tick. Atlanta FaZe now have to make the play call.
He definitely hears it. He definitely hears it, but now at 0-6, at times, Hook has been the savior here on El Asilo Search Destroy, but now can it be Ghosty? Levels it into a 2v2, but bomb has gone down on the other side of the map. It could be a 1v1 that's about to take place. Dashi, he just ran past MC. Celium from the top side, and it's Slasher on the other. Ghosty, he's got to do it by himself. So many spots. So many occasions where he's been last man alive, gets the timing. 15 seconds to go. If you're MC, all you have to do is wait. Pressure is on to Ghosty, puts in some solid shots. But regardless of it, it was going to be an Atlanta FaZe round nonetheless. 5-1.
Atlanta FaZe found another first blood on the back of a BZ. That's now 5 first bloods in this search and destroy. But I also think if Ghosty, once he finds that second kill onto the player on site, if he kills him before that bomb goes down, probably a completely different round. But the repinch comes in from Sullium, puts himself in a great position, is able to find a final kill on the round. Atlanta FaZe at game point.
Well, there's much more to be said, man. I mean, what? First bloods. It comes down to that. Utility toss to BZ eventually does get stopped. But those nades going to be exchanged. As Texas look to brute force their way into the bomb site. And Simp, well, he's got a few players just around the corner. You can see Slasher trying to make some moves up toward the top side. Cleverly tries to make some presence felt around the doorway. Texas finally have gotten the first blood. Now what can they do with it? Bomb planted, but here comes the flanks.
Here comes the flanks, but at least you have the man advantage this time around. He's now with only 40 seconds left. Simps trying to find an opening through bottom pool. He lines up perfectly for Ghosty to take him down. So now in the 4v2, all left up to Slasher. He gets cut down. Now it's all on to Selly, and the trade is there. And Optic Texas take the attacking round, find their very first blood of the map. And it eventually leads to some success. Optic stay alive.
Stay alive for now. 5 rounds to 2, but like we said, it just feels like we're just regurgitating the same information that we always know when it comes to the search destroy. It is all about the first bloods. Texas finally are able to get their first one of the game, and what do you know? It leads into a round victory. We talk about comebacks. It is not going to be an easy one by any stretch, but you can imagine as well for Hook, if he's able to get on the board, maybe get some momentum flowing, there is a chance they could maybe string a round or 2 together. Quickly into the mattress as we go, and Shotzi able to add in another first blood, so his second one of the game. That now extends his streak to 3. Oh, he catches a nade. Nice toss coming in from Simp.
A minute left. Now into 3v3. Atlanta FaZe knew that there's a couple players from Optic who were surrounding that A bomb, but now with Hook trying to get his first kill on the map. Dead Silence is no longer on his side, but he puts himself in a great position. I don't know if Atlanta are going to know he's here.
Say, if you're Texas as well, just try to stall out as much time as possible. Dashy dropped by the nade. And with that, the flank from Hook. Spot Slasher. Oh, one more bullet. One more bullet. Would have brought it into the 2v2, but gets the job done nonetheless. It is Simp who plants down the bomb and now will force Texas to come to them.
Hook gets all the info right there, but he goes for the chow onto Slasher. Slasher's able to cut him down, so now left up to the rookie. Can he keep Optic Texas alive with the 1v2 clutch? Time is ticking, but he gets the information on at least onto one player.
Slasher, he just got to escape. Slasher just has to try and waste as much time as possible. Ghosty realizing such, now has to go for a sprint. Knife is out, and understandably so. This is a search and destroy that is gonna go the way of Atlanta FaZe. The knife is out, and it's a knife to the heart to Texas fans as they hope that they could make FaZe sweat again here on El Asilo. But that is the search and destroy roster, Jay, that we expected. That is a team that has now made it 18-2 on land. Impressive work from start to finish.
Without a doubt, my friend. Talk about this search and destroy. The thing that caused Atlanta FaZe to lose this match to Toronto Ultra was that first blood. They lost 7 of them in that series, but eventually now shuts down that SD streak, but they bounce back right off of that. They find 6, which eventually leads to 6-round wins. Just whenever you put yourself in a man disadvantage on a map like El Asilo, there's so many angles that you have to try to pay attention to. Atlanta FaZe did a great job of cutting off all the openings when they had that first blood on their side. And that's basically a flawless search and destroy from Atlanta FaZe inside the series up at 1.
Yeah, and it's a big one considering that hotel control that we will have up next. Plenty to talk about when it comes down to that map and mode. We'll save it for once we come back from that commercial break. But a big one for FaZe, Jay, and I think confidence-wise, it's going to be huge for that team just to know that those search and destroys are guaranteed. And tell you what, man, I know I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but if we're talking about Game 5s, if we're talking about the future of this series, FaZe have set themselves up nicely.
Yeah, they definitely have, but now they have to win the control. Every time Atlanta FaZe loses a series, they lose the control. So they have to make sure they try to clutch up in this Game 3.
Indeed they do. But folks, we got ourselves a 1-1 series. We were curious how it was going to start. And I gotta say, kind of the way that we expected. But when we come back after this break, we are headed to Hotel Control. Make sure and stay with us.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hi, friends, and welcome back to the Texas Major. How about that view there of A&T Stadium? Oh, my goodness. Love to see that. But, folks, we've had a wonderful time so far here at Major 3. We're currently in our elimination final between Optic Texas and Atlanta FaZe. Optic crowd is still in it, Jay, but I'll tell you what, man, they're a little dazed, a little frustrated with how that last Search and Destroy win, a 6-2 win there for Atlanta, as it is all in or out to who can get to that final and contest for that very lovely trophy. Jay, we get ready to head into hotel control. What do we got, buddy?
Oh, man, this is a good one for Optic Texas, especially up against Atlanta FaZe. The last two times they have played, they have won it. And the reason why they find a lot of success is simply because they're attacking rounds. They were one of the worst teams that we had on hotel when you talk about winning some attacks. But ever since they make that roster change, it's been completely different for this team. Last time they matched up, it was Optic Texas walking away with a clean 3-0. Can they do it again?
That's exactly right. Optic Texas 2-0, as you said, versus Atlanta FaZe on control, on hotel control. They've been flawless on attack versus FaZe all throughout this season, as that will be put to the test again. 2 maps in and 2 dominant victories. Can we have a close one, or will it be dominance displayed once more? We fly in for hotel control. Optic Texas starting things off on the attacking side, and Shotzi does not worry at all. Watches that stun fling right past his head, and it is all gunning from there. Early time and early control. It's the name of the game over at that A zone.
Yeah, Optic is trying to get the easy one out the way. Great start to find those initial 2 kills, and now Shotzi maintaining map control before he does get shut down. Now Atlanta FaZe, they're trying to set up the pinch. Ghosty with some great mistakes is able to take down the first. Snap off to the second, and A's already going to be done.
All right, get your snake on then. Over to the B zone we go, and Texas, well, they've been here for a little while also. Ghosty has not only been finding kills, but he's also been a distraction. In the meantime, though, a few quick kills go the way of FaZe, and now they look to try and establish a bit more of that map positioning, Jay, here on hotel control for both sides. It is all about that bedroom control, and currently it is FaZe who's got it.
Yeah, FaZe and the Tiny Terrorists just combined for 3, so now Optic Texas has to try to slow on down, as Atlanta are going to find all the kills in the feed. And now with them being pushed up towards flat, Optic Texas is going to get those farther spawns all the way at kitchen. Just have to win a couple gunfights, but it's all the slaying in favor of Atlanta FaZe. Another 3, 1:30. Optic down by 6 lives.
Oh, this is a wonderful flank. That's set up right now for Simp. It's a bit of a crossfire inside of the restaurant. 4 members here for Texas pretty much trapped in, but Shotzi is there to lead the troops forward. So now into the FaZe spawns they go, and this is where the fights can get interesting. Dashy wins another one on the way out, so now the pressure begins to get applied into Celium. Abizi finds one in the meantime, but Texas, they have stopped that time.
Yeah, Optic Texas, they put themselves in a great position. Can Dashy get a couple from middle desk? He finds at least one. That first segment is already going to be complete. Abizi trying to do everything he can. He gets cut down. So now you know where Atlanta FaZe are coming from. Second tick is already in.
There's surely no way they do this again. Is history about to repeat itself? Is it going to be another attacking victory? Shotzi eventually drops. FaZe wiped the board, but my God, a minute on the clock, and Texas has done so much damage. But the same thing can be said when it comes down to the life count. 14-9. These have got to be quick and efficient kills now for Optic.
Oh, and Abizi on the flank. Abizi on the flank at least cuts down the first. He's going to set up to try to take down 2, but it's Ghosty. Ghosty finds 2. Hook just has to try to stay alive, but Slasher takes him down. So now, only 6 lives remaining for Optic Texas. They cannot get bedroom control as Sip finds 2. Only 5 lives now.
One last push. 35 seconds to go. Abizi now brings it into 4. Texas pretty much playing a search and destroy when you got an objective on the line. Patience pays off there for Bruce. Time continues to tick, and Hooks found the second, but take a look at player 8 in Celium. He's prepared himself for a flank. The same thing can be said for Simp as they are able to win both of those gunfights. And now it is all up to Dashy and Hook, and now the nuke ends up falling. FaZe. It got close, Jay. 2 different times, Texas were just on the verge of capturing that zone over at B. But FaZe hold on, and they win their first defense versus Texas this season.
That's a big round right there out of Atlanta FaZe. Just maintaining bedroom control, influencing the spawns to go in your favor. And when they needed to clutch up, find a couple kills to get themselves out of their base, it was Celium and Simp able to do it time and time again. As Atlanta FaZe take the very first round, but they allowed 5 segments to go in favor of Optic. Can they answer the call here?
See what they can do. In the meantime, Simp has found himself on a nice spree. One more, and he will have that cruise missile. Gets the assist for that one, stunned up. And really, for Texas, you've got everybody wiped off the board. In the meantime, Simp, he's also found that kill. So he will have that cruise missile. Eventually drops a team kill. In the meantime, for FaZe, means that they don't have as many members inside of Restaurant as they would like, but they get those close spawns, and this zone is about to move quick.
Yeah, all 4 players from Atlanta FaZe on this side of the map. Just gonna try to close out this 8-point. Force Optic to play a couple exit kills. But Hook, he's actually going for a pinch. He does get cut down though by Slasher. So you relieve that pressure from that angle. Second ticket's about to come in unless Shotzi and Dashy have something to say about it. They find 3 kills. Now it's all on Slasher, but at least Atlanta FaZe get those close spawns.
Yeah, right now Ghosty anchoring those spawns, so it is gonna allow for FaZe to be very, very close inside a kitchen. And with that, Simp, he's found himself filleted. Does he go for the objective? No. Vince to go for the flank, and that does not pan out. As we said, right now for Atlanta, they have not fully captured A by any stretch. Only 1 tick, as a matter of fact. And with losing a few of those gunfights, they're saying, all right, well, let's at least try our efforts now at B. 30 seconds on the clock. Atlanta can make another minute added on if they can grab all of these segments. But they are having to work right now, Jay.
Yeah, Optic Texas doing a great job of just keeping them off the time, finding the kills when they need to, as they wipe them off of that B point. Now someone's going to make their way over back towards A. 23 seconds, but Atlanta FaZe are going to get those kitchen spawns. They're able to stop that clock. It's all going to be on Hook, but his teammates are here to help.
Oh, I was going to say, if easy. A great spot to be in. Slasher wipes away the 3rd. And from there, FaZe, you can see what they do. Those arrows, they put 1 person on the objective, and now it is time to allow for the boys to fly, maybe even to fry. But Dashy on the other side has also earned a cruise missile, eventually does hit the deck. And now for Shotzi, his life becomes that much more impactful, that much more important. As FaZe are here, but here comes the streak. Bruce is investing it now.
Yeah, we're investing it, trying to get the information to our teammates of where the rest of Atlanta FaZe are going to be located. But Shotzi unfortunately runs out of ammo in that gunfight. Doesn't drop, goes back for the chow, but eventually does get taken down by a BZ. So right now, Atlanta FaZe, they're just putting a lot of pressure on. You have to try to clutch up, get a couple kills. Ghosty at least finds 1.
Oh, and Ghosty not able to stay up. And now once more, FaZe are on the point. Dashy's at least able to exchange for 1. Shotzi, long-range shots. He will drop. And now from there, FaZe continue to get picked apart. That's a massive gunfight there for Hook. Aggression being established again as Celium is able to punch in another segment. So we'll be tied in segments, 30 seconds to go. Can it be the round for Atlanta?
And it's 6-6 in lives remaining, so you basically want to slow down the game, try to play a little bit of TDM. Now Atlanta FaZe have 1 more good push. Try to close out this attacking round. It's going to be Slasher making his way all the way to the back end. The rest of his teammates trying to fight for that bedroom control. But Optic, they aren't budging. They are holding strong in their setup.
See if FaZe can make a bit of a dent. Shout out to that free cam shot. You can see every single player from Atlanta as they start to force their way in. But Shotzi able to save the day, and Ghosty will wipe away the last one. We head into round 3 completely even.
Same exact thing that Atlanta FaZe did on their very first defense. Optic do exactly that. Maintaining bedroom control, having your SMGs pushed out in certain angles. Shotzi's a very difficult guy to try to take down. So every single time they needed a saving play, it was Shotzi finding 2 kills every single time. Already sitting at 18 and 14 with 2,200 damage on the map, leading his squad. All tied up in segments. Optic Texas have to try to take this attacking round.
last year, man, we were in this exact same position at Major 1. They faced off in, I think it was the winners finals as well as the grand final. Shotzzy was the guy who erupted right in that game 5. I think it was on Tuscan. Regardless of it, Shotzzy answering again, receives a beatdown, but survives on a fraction of health. We'll see if he can make the play again, goes for the crossover, and eventually falls. Early wave wiped away. There for FaZe. Solid hold on the defense, and now it could be a chance for Ghosty. Meanwhile, I think he's just trying to join alongside of the rest of his team. FaZe clear the bottom side of the map, and that now forces Texas to go into restaurant.
Yeah, you have to make your way over towards the diner. Shotzzy does a great job of taking down Slasher. That clock is now going to stop. So they're trying to extend that time. Dashy finds a huge kill onto Sim on the flank. Snakes are in. Ghosty trying to take down his player towards mid-connector, but all of Optic Texas, they are here. They're finding a couple kills, and now with Shotzzy in this position, you have to make sure you are ironed up if you are Atlanta FaZe, because he can cause you some issues.
Yeah, man. 21 and 15. Shotzzy having a ball. FaZe are going to try to go for the last second push at this. And if Shotzzy can get here in time, he very well could lighten the load just enough. Trades are in. Texas still with the favorable fights. Simp, give it one last good push, but Dashy wins that 1v1. And from there, Texas take the point. Another minute added on to the time, and here comes the play toward the back lines. A healthy push at that. Simp at least able to change things up a bit more. So map positioning, Texas, they've still got it, and Dashy going on a spree again, now on 4 in a row.
Yeah, but you see all of Optic, they're trying to locate this player that's sitting in towards bedroom. Slasher, he's the guy that was sitting towards back flat. You cut him down, so now you have bedroom control. All of the Atlanta FaZe players are gonna swan out towards back spa. Shotzzy at least finds the first, Shotzzy finds the second. The stack is gonna be here. First segment about to be complete.
Take a look at player number 4. He's the one who's lightening the load. He's the one who's making things easier. Zip calls in the streak. Can it do any damage? Yes, it does. It cuts away Ghosty. Huku's trying to make some plays, eventually falls, and now it is all on to Shotzzy. Stays alive. Shotzzy giving it his all. Eventually does get dropped, and now a minute on the clock. 5 segments once again earned. Can Texas make it a full 6 and go up 2-1? We will have to find out as Hook making his way toward the back. It is he and Dashy who could be the ones to make the play.
On Hook, he might have just got great timing because that stun did not connect. Should be able to find this kill onto Celium. Now you have all the information that you need. The last 2 players from Atlanta FaZe are going to be spawning all the way across the map. You don't have any bedroom control. You want to try to slow down and play TDM. 8 and 7. The lives remaining. Optic Texas is trying to win this one.
Oh, they are indeed, but Simp, a great nade onto Dashy, so that will clear the B point for a moment. Hook, he's switching between weapons, going back and forth, dive onto the point. Can they cap it? Yes, they will! Texas had to be patient. They had to wait for their window of opportunity. But Hook makes the plays toward the stretch J, and we see he gets the call. Kyler jumped from the point with me, goes for the Dolphin dive, and they have just enough members to get that zone, to get that bar past the finish line. 2-1, go Texas.
Optic just did a great job of just not wrapping back towards bedroom. You didn't want to waste any time in that final push. You take control of spot, you spawn them all the way across the map. Eventually you stack that point to secure the round, but now you have to clutch up on another defense. We feel 2-2 split between Atlanta FaZe, but Hook and Shotzzy, the SMG duo, they cut them down. Now Atlanta have to hit that rotation over towards B.
Well, that's a big 1v1. BC's able to take it. And with that, for Texas, trying to figure out which zone are they going to? And okay, doesn't matter. Map control game. Texas wipe away all. And from there, Hook ends up earning that cruise missile. You can tell, Jake, he is a man that feels confident often, and understandably so. The gunny is disgusting. A chow, say less!
Hook is just nuking right now. He finds himself on an ace spree. Optic currently have all map control. As Atlanta FaZe is just trying to find an opening, trying to find a way out of their spawn. Now they set some Shotzzy on the pinch. Shotzzy finds 2. Can his SMG duo and Hook do anything more? He finds another. Eventually does get cut down, but 20 seconds left. Atlanta has to get on a point.
Oh my God, Ghosty Nearly found 2, so we're talking so often about that timer, 17 and change. FaZe able to stop it for the moment. One more break for Texas, and this control, it ends. It comes to a finish, but take a look at Luke. Could he be the one to make the play again? He's found himself on the flank, but Slasher able to read him. Longtime teammates, and able to find the read, but it's Shotzi poking away at 2. Celium able to drop him, and from there, FaZe have numbers. This should be the point. This should be the capture.
And now this is where you make the decision to just chalk that one up, play for the exit kills, because right now it's 20-13 in lives remaining. All you want to do is try to play TDM. Ghosty, he's getting all this information. Great stun to at least find the first. Goes for the towel onto the second. Cuts down Celium. 19-11. 1 minute left. Atlanta has to try to find an opening.
How explosive has Texas been so far throughout this round? Hook goes for the chow, eventually falls, but now it could set up Shotzi. 36 and 23, making that score line look that much better. But there's still one player in the back lines that is going to be Slasher. Ends up cutting away one. Can he find the second? Yes, he does. Slasher on the 5 spree finds one more. That's a cruise missile and a chance. FaZe with numbers at that B point.
Dashy, he's just waiting for his teammates to try to get into the play before he goes for the chow on towards the point. Taking his sweet time in towards top ever while his teammates are trying to get all these players in towards the back of the desk. Dashy finds the first, Hook eventually finds the second. Trying to go for the chow onto Slasher's Ghosty. But Slasher does a great job of staying alive. Only 25 seconds left. This is going to be the final push.
And Slasher has to go for the chow, so off of respawn, right? Slasher's going to have to make a call. Do we bring in the cruise missile? We have no map positioning. So here it comes. Can Texas weather the storm? Meanwhile, you have Simp who's on the flank. This is the push that could break open the game. This is the push that can seal the deal. But Hook comes away, takes one down, but takes his teammates in the process. But it does not matter.
Optic Texas. We talked about their attacking rounds on this map. They were flawless. Up against Atlanta FaZe, they lose the very first one, but this time around, they take 2 defensive rounds, which were nail biters all the way to the very end, and clutch up and take the control. Now up 2-1 in this series. And remember, before we went to that commercial break, Lando, I said every time Atlanta FaZe have lost a series this year, it comes by dropping that map number 3. Optic Texas with the perfect game plan, man. And when you have the SMGs playing like the way that they are, look at the stat line from Shotzi. 38 and 25, 27 non-traded kills, 4,400 damage. Almost has the same as 2 of his teammates combined. Shotzi just took over in that control, puts now Optic up 2-1 in the series.
Good God, nearly a 40 bomb drops here into swing mode. 47 unanswered kills. He was a headache for Atlanta FaZe to deal with, but I tell you what, man, that was just unbelievable hotel control, really, from both teams. You could feel like the strategies, the wheels were turning for both rosters, the plays that were set up. But Shotzi off to a very hot start in this game, rode that momentum all the way through. An impressive work across the board, but I'll tell you what, man, I know Hook's stat line doesn't look unbelievable as the game comes to a close, but how impactful was he in those later rounds?
Oh, he went on a 9 streak in that later half of the game, and you all saw it. Shotzi was the guy that was doing it all, but when Hook stepped up alongside him, that SMG duo was just causing so many problems for Atlanta FaZe. They couldn't make their way out of the spawn, and even when they found a couple kills, it was both of those guys finding 2-piece to equalize that situation, which now sets up Optic Texas the ability to close it out in a map number 4. We recently had this series, man. The only difference was that map number 1. That instead of Fortress, it was Hotel. Atlanta FaZe, they took the search and destroy during the Major 3 qualifiers. Optic Texas, they take the control. This map number 4, Optic were able to clutch up and win 250 to 207 to secure their winners bracket at their own major. So it couldn't be any better for Optic Texas. You beat them on this map, you have to try to do it again to make it to a grand final.
Yeah, you absolutely do. So far, it has been great work for Texas in the respawns. as they're able to walk away with another control. Their control coming into this major was questionable. They were 1-4, now make it 2-4. If we're talking about, who's ever going to make it to the finals, you got to be solid across all modes. Texas trying to be as complete as possible. And the same thing can be said for Atlanta FaZe. We saw our map set there, Jay. We've got Mercado for Game 4, potentially for Game 5. What can the folks expect on a map like this?
On a map like this, Optic Texas are the #1 rotation team all throughout this major. They have just been dominating the better side of the positioning every single time. And even if they don't win that rotation, in those final moments, they are finding the correct kills to flip those spawns. So that's one thing you have to make sure, because Optic Texas in Hardpoint have just been taking over.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I mean, the team KD is at a 1.25. That is absurd. The hold percentages.
That's unreal.
That is, some of the highest I've seen probably throughout this season, undoubtedly. And then we're talking about how many points they're winning by? Nearly by 100 every time. And the last time, right, that we saw both these teams face off was in that Game 1, a 100-point club. They're onto the Fortress. And then I tell you what, man, it was the SMGs who were frying. You saw a multitude of different players. Dashy's been an unreal beast when it comes down to hardpoint lately, especially in that prior series that they had. But now the pressure gets put onto Atlanta. The pressure is now firmly on the shoulders of FaZe, as they are trying to go back-to-back for the first time since Major 3 and Major 4 back in Cold War. Do they have what it takes? Absolutely. But is this their chance? Is this their opportunity? As we see the records and we fly in, 5 seconds to go. Game 4, what could be the final map of this series.
It's going to be Optic Texas starting off on the better side of the map. They're going to be able to take control of that P1 nice and early. The Atlanta FaZe, their biggest focus is finding a couple kills, trying to flip these spawns. As trades go back and forth, at least they relieve some of that pressure on towards the P1 hardpoint. But these kills are going to be so big. Optic is trying to do a good job of maintaining green side. They want to make sure they have that P2.
Both teams actually end up playing Mercado hardpoint. In their prior series, Texas took it, Atlanta did not.
Big kills.
And those are some massive kills off the start of this game. We talk so often about P2, bottom side of the map, where Texas are focusing all of their attention. And Jay, they're also getting every single second at P1, 27 uncontested points.
They are cutting down all the Atlanta FaZe players, trying to go for a route while they're soaking up all this time. This has been a perfect start to this hard point for Optic Texas. Because now they are able to win that rotation over towards Cantinas. All lot pressure from Atlanta FaZe though, coming from headshots. It's gonna be on Shotzzy. Can he cut them down?
They can expect this corner. The lead continues to grow. The pressure, as we said for FaZe, starts to get applied. Great bait and switch coming in from the Tiny Tears. But it's Hook over the top side. It's that aggressive. Spot is going to be revealed on the other side. Dashy and Ghosty trying to lock things up, and now it is all on to the Rook. Thankfully, Shotzzy has arrived off of the respawn. Weathered, bruised, battered, but staying alive. Ghosty doing everything right now for Texas. Off to a hot start, eventually drops. FaZe make their presence felt and get on the board.
And you will take that if you are Optic Texas. A good 30 to 35 seconds. It's now going to force them to hit that early rotation. There's only 2 players currently for Atlanta FaZe in this position towards 10. Shotzzy puts himself in a nice little corner. BZ does take down Hoop though. They're just waiting for Shotzzy. Shotzzy's going to be the playmaker.
They have no idea that Shotzi's in this perspective. A few shots exchanged, and now Celium looks to go for the chow. Shotzzy ends up finding him. Can he go for another? Yes, he will! Eventually drops, and now it leads it into a 2v2. Dashy now versus Abizi for the time, and you've got player 8 trying to make a play on the backside. Celium able to arrive. FaZe currently with the pinch somewhat established off of the spawns. Dashy falls, and now here come FaZe. Here come FaZe, now with the seconds.
Now it's all on to Celium, the last player here, one-on-one versus Shotzzy. He's able to win it. So the final 30 seconds should go in favor of Atlanta FaZe. You just have to cut your losses if you are Optic Texas. Hit that early rotation over towards Barbershop. You do a great job of just trying to set up around that new hill. You're pushed out towards green, but unfortunately Hoop does drop in that moment. Atlanta FaZe, they can apply the pressure through the back end.
They absolutely can. A massive spot right now for both rosters. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding right now with Atlanta FaZe.
There's one time.
Yeah,
There's me two time.
yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to cover you guys. I'm making shit. Heal.
Trying to get me back twice.
Bottom right.
I'm short now.
Okay. Middle, one's mid pocket.
Short him in.
No, he's behind me, mid pocket. So he's still mid pocket.
I don't see him pocket.
I see nothing pushing too long. I see nothing pushing too long.
I don't see him pocket. I'm gonna get time.
Good. I can.
They can be core, guys. I'm holding
they're all
back.
playing
Guys,
bicep.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
get
I'm
core.
recording.
One from the 30. Nice. Look at me, Chris. Stun by. I can look by. I made. I can help you.
Pitching long on me? One short. I got the guy in the pinch. That's kind of
Nice. Have time.
responding P2 on me. Champion. P2, that's
Nice.
nice one.
Am I boost side?
Yeah, I'm trying to watch it.
I'm holding your P2
I see
side.
nothing. I'm loading. I'm loading. I tried. Two. I'm trying to help you.
Tunnel ghosty. Stuck.
Yeah, they're hitting fucking.
And the communication right there from Atlanta Flames was basically flawless. Small talk was there. They had all the angles cut off, which eventually leads to a full 60 hold in towards the courtyard. It's not going to force Optic Texas to cut their losses. Set up again around that Cantina area just to want to drop in these initial gunfights. It's only 10 seconds remaining on hold, but these gunfights are so crucial for these spawns.
And you can see FaZe throwing the SMGs forward. These can be the men to make the play. Abizi firing forward. Great work to cut away Hook. Simp still alive. He's able to drop a double kill, and from there, FaZe with the early time.
Oh, FaZe find all the kills at the right time to find the break on towards Canteen as they are able to take the lead in this hard point. And Simp is not slowing down. Already on a 4-3, dispelling everything that he possibly can see. He takes down the 5th. He's trying to earn himself that cruise missile. But Optic, they're just trying to find a way in. Only 35 seconds left. At least they do a great job of flipping those spawns for that P7 hill. But great win from Hook. They can still put on some pressure.
Yeah, they definitely can. 25 seconds to go. A big gunfight to Tank and Shotzi right at your face. Abizi on the other side. 15 seconds still to fight for, but this is a wonderful hard point from start to finish from FaZe. They get the early break. And now take a look at the lead that they hold. Texas, understandably so, go for the rotation. And now P7 belongs to them. Can they lock it down? Or can MC, with some wild long-range shots, make another opening break?
Shotzi setting up a perfect play. Spawn all the way out towards 10, but setting up this repaint in towards Barber Alley is exactly what you want to do. To spawn Atlanta FaZe all the way across the map, but Slasher does a great job of taking care of him. With only 40 seconds on this hill, Optic, they have been holding this one down.
They have indeed. 30 seconds still to go. Ghosty eventually does get dealt with in the back alley. Shotzi there for the trades. It is chaos going down right now in the parking lot. Shotzi winning a few fights. Let's step aside now and see how the comms are sounding with Texas.
I'm all your P4 side, by the way. I'm all P4 side. They can only go middle, guys. They go middle.
Tunnel.
Alright, they go middle, by the way.
CT.
Cell CT.
Hitting ult.
Where are you spawning, guys? I spawned in. Okay, one guy's deep banana. You said banana? Yeah, I don't see him. No, one guy's L and banana. L and banana. I'm just framing banana. I don't see him banana, by the way. Oh, that's banana. Cell, CT banana.
I'm on double. He's like that. He's good. Yeah, I got time. Nice.
I CT and shit. Back to Mar 8. Yo, he's cross deep left. 2 of them. One guy's banana.
Banana. 2 of them. Go ahead.
I'm helping you head.
Left side head. Hedge. Guys, top RV. One's going got heady. Slash. Go before.
I don't see him, by the way.
What's before?
Playing to the soldier. It looks like.
Before?
Get the first kill. Yo, one guy's like, nice. One guy's L, I think. L?
One guy's L.
Look up.
Yo, someone team shot Barber.
No, he's on me. Right side head.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
One shot. I got him. They're hitting middle. Yo, he's nice.
They're stunning. You look at
I got you. He's on point. You could get a P7 spawn.
Yeah, I'm watching look at my head.
I
know.
Yeah, I can look my own hedge now. Shift. I have hedge. Okay, I have store.
A great check in there with Optic Texas, but we gotta focus on this next hard point. This is the one that could break open the game, that could lead a charge and a comeback. But Hook ends up dropping 2. In the meantime, Abizi ends up making his presence felt over at the Cantina. Open time right now in a 10-point game.
And it's all on Abizi. He's still the only player here for Atlanta FaZe. He's trying to stay alive for as long as he can for his teammates to get back into the play. There's a couple Optic players that are in this situation are going to take them down. Neither squad is fighting for this time right now, but Optic, they know how crucial this 30 seconds can be. They're finding the kills. Now when you push this, that's 3 dead in the feed. You keep on going. You want to get over towards the next hill. They're trying to chain these 2 hard points and close it out now.
Oh, I was going to say, that could be the play. Shotzzy eventually falls, and from there, Atlanta FaZe now have got to lock this one up. The crowd starting to get behind the young gun. Ghosty, 21 and 12, currently on the 3 spree. Has got both that TAC and Vaznev in hand, and now makes it 4 in a row. Could it be the break? Could it be the break? Flasher falls. It's all on to MC. It is all on to Celium. Abizi, though, ends up finding the 3rd. It's now all on to Shotzzy. It is now all on to him, trying to stay alive and snake for as long as possible. Does he have the gunfight? The cavalry has arrived. Texas are here. 20 seconds to go.
Atlanta FaZe, they need to find an opening. This running all the way across the map. Optic are trying to close it out now. Ghosty finds a big kill onto Abizi. Sim at least finds a trade. All out pressure's still gonna be here, but eventually Atlanta FaZe, they're able to find the break. Optic is still trying to win it here, though.
And with that, those final few segments, I don't know if they got the tick.
Don't get it.
They did not. They did not get the tick. It's about this rotation, and FaZe are here.
FaZe are here. They're going to be able to set up for this barbershop hill. Who knows that one player is going to spawn out. You take care of him, and now you're setting up that pinch. You have Blue Control. You have Barber Alley. Look at the spawn for Abizi. These gunfights are big.
These gunfights are massive. Oh! Simp ends up going low. Shot's the only man alive. All you need is 1 second if you're Texas. But FaZe right now have got one heck of a setup, and they're not losing their gunfights. Dashing, a bit of a slow performance, starts to make his presence felt.
Look at the spawns.
That makes the play. The spawns are close. This is your chance, Texas. This is your chance, and there it is. Again, Optic Texas have taken down the Atlanta FaZe once more here in their building, and now have got a date in the final versus Toronto Ultra. This is what makes COD great, Jay. An unbelievable story and a crazy run that is extended now here for Optic.
Optic Texas, man, from losers round 1, had fought in their way all the way back at their own major to make it to the grand finals. What a performance from them, man. Both of the hard points were stellar. They were in control every single time they needed to. Winning your rotation, setting up properly, playing a couple rat corners is what leads to a lot of success. You see the stat line from the rookie, 25 and 17, a minute and 50 in the hill. But I think for me, the MVP, without question, was Shotzzy. 32 and 26, 20 non-traded kills. Every time Optic needed something to go their way, it was Shotzzy. Time and time again, finding clutch kill after clutch kill to close out this series in 4. We just had this one, man. We just had this one in the qualifiers. Wasn't the same map number 1, but this was the same series score. Optic take it in 4. Now make it to that grand finals in a matchup versus that Toronto Ultra squad.
And these fans are going absolutely berserk. Make it now. 9 hard points in a row for Optic. The streak is extended, and now make it 9-1 versus Atlanta FaZe since last season in Vanguard. We got people going crazy, understandably so, Jay. Wild stuff from Optic. They get it done.
They get it done, man. Now they are at the grand finals at their own major. The crowd is obviously so into this one, man. They have the ability to win their home major 2 years in a row.
Incredible stuff, man. Absolutely wild stuff. This is the reason why we love this game. This is the reason why we love this esport. Grand finals now set up. Optic versus Ultra. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. Desk, take it away, guys.
Well, 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 there will be no back-to-back championships here from Atlanta FaZe. A good run nonetheless, but top three is where they're going to have to settle. Optic Texas, however, find themselves in grand finals against Toronto Ultra, which means we are guaranteed a new victor in our third major. There has not been a repeat since.
Not only that, we have a rookie whose first LAN, we're going to break that 2011 record. It's either going to be Dan Ghosty or Hixie.
Wow, isn't that a story, Nameless? It's a, hey, look, we've been pumping that up too since the very beginning. Our rookies, all our rookies, right? Top 4 performance regardless, and now one is about to win a major.
Yeah, absolutely insane, and the energy in here is just ridiculous in the fashion that Optic are winning these series. They are smoking some of the top teams that we have, and the turnaround from literally 6-7 days ago, I have never seen such a bigger turnaround. Like, a 100-point club to start the series? Are you kidding me?
It's
the way they close out that Mercado.
Against Atlanta FaZe, like Ali said, Nameless. Against Atlanta
Nothing else
FaZe.
needs to
Like,
be said.
it's just, it's unreal. And you go back to last year. This is where Optic won their last major. They're looking to do it again. This has been, as far as I'm concerned, a historic run. You get beat down 3-0 to Boston Breach day 1, and now you find yourselves in grand final.
It's pretty much a carbon copy of exactly what Thieves did when they went on that losers run in Boston. They stopped one short, but this Optic Texas lineup look unstoppable right now. And I mean, it's the hard points. Look, I think when it came down to that control, that was the real difference maker. Of course, we know FaZe and the Search and Destroys. Yes, okay, there's Stelasilo to Ultra, but you still would always favor them in any Search and Destroy they're in. The fact they lose that control, then this series is fully in Optic's hands.
You know what? Like, I want to show some love to Shotzi. 11.4k damage. The guy is a monster. Like, if they win, to have him as MVP. But you know what? In this series, there were some moments where Hooch slowed down, right? In that game 4, Dashy slowed down. Who picked him up? It was Ghosty. The man had 2 minutes in the hill, 25 plus kills, making moves. We went to that listening. When we first saw this Optic team, the first couple matches they had, hectic listening.
Yes.
You couldn't hear a damn word that they were saying.
Right.
In that listening, cool as a cucumber, you heard every single call out. They closed it out, man. Unbelievable performance out of Optic, and you can see here, like, the stats don't even show some of the stuff Shotzi's doing, bro. I'm telling you, on that last break, he jumps on top of the wall, flies around the right side to win that gunfight, and then finds Slasher, and then he jumps up on top of the light in the hill. Kid's unreal.
I can't believe it, and honestly, I got to say I was on the edge of my seat, though, when it was 249, 200. I was thinking, oh, man, is Atlanta FaZe going to be able to do this? I got a little bit worried for the Optic boys, yet they pulled through and they made it happen. And speaking of making it happen, let's take a look at our scuff play of the game, and we got to go back to control that round 3. Hook, Ali, he was taking over.
Listen, you look at the scoreline right now, 13-21. This guy goes on an 8 spree during this control at the final moments for the W in the game number 3. I'm not gonna lie, Hoop was in the blender maps 3 and 4, but when it mattered, when it came down to the wire, he made the heads-up play that ended up winning them the game, and that is what Optic Texas needs, especially going up into this grand final against Toronto Ultra.
And we have our scuff team of the major. It's back again at Texas. The CDL experts will select the top 8 players, then you, the fans, will vote for your favorites. The top 4 players with the most votes will become the scuff team of the major. Get your votes in because, well, we're reaching the end, right? We're about to reach the grand finals. I can't believe it. It's been an absolutely insane weekend. Let's take a look at the bracket, though. We know what grand finals are at the moment. So, of course, it's going to be Toronto Ultra going against Optic Texas. But I want to take a little bit of a jog into the past. Ton, what do you see?
I mean, one thing I want to talk about, just before we get into the team in the major, kind of carry on. Elliot Gorillas going out, but the story of Marky B coming in for the squad and getting a map win underneath his belt kind of shows Vegas Legion's problems with control, of course. That's maybe a conversation point, but what an event this has been. And we have one more banging game to go on.
Yeah, I mean, every single event, there's just a crazy storyline, and now we're going to crown a new champion as well. And like Ali said, a rookie is going to win their first major. I mean, this is wild.
Yo, honestly, I'm so happy to be here. This is incredible, you know. But hey, if you want, go check out the merch because the CDL's got it all for you. And I think a lot of teams might have just earned a ton of new fans over the weekend. You can check out the CDL store for all the official CDL merch. They've got all the new hoodies and the full lineup of 2023 jerseys. You can check it out at shop.callofdutyleague.com. And also, if you want to look good in-game and play like the pros, hey, and look like the pros, we got your team packs on lock-in. Like I said, I think, honestly, across the board, so many probably new fans for the teams out there, and I'm sure Optic just added a few new members to their green wall as well. Grand Finals! It's Optic Texas against Toronto Ultra. It comes down to this, one best of 7 to decide it all. We're going to find out our winner after the break. And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major 3, the Optic Texas Major, here live at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. It all comes down to this: 4 wonderful days of Call of Duty. Now to the grand finals, Toronto Ultra against Optic Texas. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Study off an amazing Cass, Alley Cat, as well as Nameless. And Study, Optic, they get it done.
Oh, man, they get it done, and they dominate in the hard points, man. I think the MVP without question. The guy is playing absolutely lights out, at least in that last series. Shotzi was doing whatever he wanted. Every time Optic needed to have a clutch play, he would find a two-piece around the map, wherever he was doing it at, man. So Shotzi, he's a guy that I'm really looking at to just continue that form and try to take that chip.
Looking at like over 10K damage. Absolutely nutty. He brings that in grand finals. Toronto Ultra might be in trouble. But let's recap. This is day 4. We've had a ton of great moments. Let's go ahead and start going through our top memorable moments. And first, of course, we have to talk about Optic, right? They're on a roll. Optic has ran through the elimination bracket, and it's nothing less historic, Nameless.
I mean, if you think about how they started, got 3-0'd by Breach, right? And then they played the London Royal Ravens. A couple of small moments, they would have been out of the tournament, but they turned that win into a learning lesson, and they make a run all the way through the lower bracket, just destroying everyone in their path. We've seen them go up against Florida, who was looking new and improved. They hit them with a hot 3-1. Florida tried to test the map pool, and then we started to learn a little bit more about Optic. And then their next match, they have Seattle. Allie, what happened?
I mean, it was a quick series, that's for sure. I mean, they lose that hotel control 3-1. But, I mean, they've been kind of struggling in that game mode as of late, so not that surprising. But, I mean, the hard points, I mean, a smackdown in the S&D, a 6-1 just whooping on the side of Optic Texas. That's where we really saw what truly they are capable of and what got them here today.
And then, again, just the fact that it starts beating London Royal Ravens. And a lot of questions, was it going to be enough? Oh, you beat one of the worst teams in the league, at least when it comes to CDL points. And yet here they are. How well would have London Royal Ravens done? Who knows? But let's talk about another exciting moment that took place. We had a coach come in to sub. Marky B representing LAG, winning a control study. This was crazy.
Oh, yeah, this was definitely insane. But once again, I just want to give a big shout out to RCDs, man. I really hope that everything is going right with him. Yeah. And he's able to get back onto the battlefield. But yeah, when you talk about this map, like Marky B beating Placer in 2023 on a map like Force Control, I could have never thought of that one.
And he went on a 5-spree, and you know, and the crowd showed him so much love through the series as well. And I'm mad that we subbed him out for that match number 4. I think we should have kept him in. He was just getting started, you know what I'm saying?
Right? Now we never know. We never know what would happen.
Well, we were thinking he was going to stay in. He didn't ultimately. We understand why, right? But Marky B, he definitely performed well. He got 13 kills, 13 deaths, so he didn't go positive or negative, went even. I think that's respectable.
Dude, he's living all our dreams, bro. This guy came in, right? With the ripped sweatpants off, put on his jeans, said, I'm ready to go. But the crowd was so lit, man.
It
like
was.
that might have been the second loudest it's been outside of an
It's so funny. I talked to him afterwards too, and he's like, "Man, I wish I would have got a haircut before going up on stage." He's like, normally I get a haircut, before every major. This time I skipped out on it, and I end up on stage playing. So, but I think he was looking fresh, and the crowd loved him either which way. Las Vegas Legion, though, they make a great run, one that I think a lot of people weren't expecting, especially the victory that they managed to get.
Yeah, I mean, they just seem to match up really well against the LA Thieves. This is now the second time they beat them in like a 30-day span. Also, winning 2 matches, starting loose bracket is already hard enough. Yeah. Win 2 matches and then beat a team that got top 2 at the last event. That is a world championship squad. No easy feat. So, shout out to the Vegas Legion. We've seen them on Twitter a little bit stressed about the time slots and stuff that they got. So they're going to go back, figure out their control, try to get a winner's bracket spot, and make some deeper runs that we have in our tournament. Either way, when you look at Legion and this team's history, it has been pretty terrible up until this year. So that man and Temp, who has weathered the storm on this organization, hopefully they can find some success going forward.
And Old Man Clay, right? Old Man Clay also carrying his weight too. Good to see him up there. And, we questioned Las Vegas Legion. They needed CDL points so they can qualify. I mean, Clay is him, and he's making the job done, or at least he's getting the job done, I should say. And not to mention, Legion is incredible in their own right. The run was great, that big win against LA Thieves, but Florida Mutineers too, right? A team that also needed to show up and show out because they needed CDL points to qualify for champs. They beat NYSL, a big upset.
Yeah, that was insane to me, man, because you talk about the Florida Mutineers roster, they were one of the worst hardpoint teams that we had all season long. Versus that NYSL roster, they take both of them. So that's an insane thing to me. I'm wondering, like, New York got to go back. Like, this is a team who won Major 1.
Yeah.
Ever since then, they've just been looking middle of the pack.
That's probably the biggest question mark to me at this event, because I really thought New York were going to be able to have a decent run in this tournament. They're looking pretty good headed into it, so they got to go back, figure out what's going wrong, fix their hard point.
And they were #1 in so many places on LAN as well. Like we talked about, yeah, their Major 3 qualifier online wasn't that great, but even when we were heading to the Major, they were the #1 hardpoint team on LAN, #1 control team on LAN. So the hopes were really high. Definitely the most traditional upset in the fact that Florida Mutineers were able to pull that one out. But the curse didn't go with them for too long because Optic Texas shut that down quick.
They definitely did. Optic Texas continue to go, and they're on a roll, and so are our rookies, right? They're on a rampage, all 4 of them getting top 4 in this major, and we have at least 3 of them still to play. I'm talking about Hixie, Scrap, Ghosty, 2 of those players going for their first ever major win, which making history, which hasn't been done since 2011.
Hey man, can I just give a big shout out to challengers as well? Because you think about Hixie and Scrap, these guys are teaming with each other, right? Having some success, and now they're sitting in a grand final through the winners bracket. Then also Ghosty, this guy's been turned up when they needed him most in that game 4. He just turned up. Also, if he doesn't get that 1v2 early in the tournament, Optic might not even be in this position. So, you know, all these guys fighting for a championship, it's just crazy to see. And then Beans as well.
Beans,
Quite
that's right.
Surprise.
That's right. Yeah, Beans as well. I love stories like this. You know, it's sensational to see a player come in and really live the dreams, I think, of a lot of Call of Duty players out there. And I love that you mentioned challengers, Nameless, because it's like they grind over there. It's not easy. It's the gauntlet. And then to make it up to the big stage and then to perform, Allie, that's not an easy task.
I completely agree. I mean, it's on the biggest stage against some of the biggest teams, right? And our rookies ended in the top 4 here. And like one of them's winning their first LAN since 2011 and their first inception of the CDL. I think this year has been such an impactful year when it comes to bringing up challengers players and seeing what they can do for rosters, because in previous years, you know, when we finally see a challengers player get pulled up, it's usually on a lower team, like that isn't having a lot of success, you know, using when it wasn't Vegas Legion, it was Paris Legion as an example. And we see like Dan Ghosty get put into Optic Texas, like one of the biggest rookie moves we've seen. Now he's in a grand final. We see Hixie put on Toronto Ultra when they weren't even technically struggling statistically. So I think this has been a huge year for putting eyes on challengers and the reason to bring up players onto your team.
A lot of pressure on the rookies, but they're all rising up to the occasion. Again, just to reiterate, top 4 for all 4 rookies. That is spectacular. But let's talk about winners finals. We had an upset, Toronto Ultra against Atlanta FaZe. Toronto Ultra ends up winning, securing their spot in grand finals. Study, I think it's fair to say, this is one we didn't expect.
Oh yeah, we definitely didn't expect it, especially Toronto Ultra taking down Atlanta FaZe in Search and Destroy. That was the one that caught me completely off guard, because obviously Atlanta FaZe, they're the best Search and Destroy team in the game, but when you take that mode away from them, you see what it was able to do in the rest of this series. They're great in Search and Destroy. They are the best team in Control. You win those 2 maps, you set yourself up for a lot of success, man. Toronto Ultra, they just came out swinging versus Atlanta.
That's what I'm saying. Like, where do you take Toronto when it comes to Control?
Yeah.
Like, everywhere. They're so good. You know, we get a hotel in that series where, you know, FaZe have looked pretty good at hotel at times. They just made it look pretty comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Toronto Ultra also in the Search and Destroy lately.
Yeah.
Look at the Boston series. What happens? Toronto wins 2 S&Ds, proving they don't need to win a hard point. And then they go into this series, they beat FaZe on El Asilo S&D, right? So it's seeming like Insight and Kleenex are starting to find their groove again in what was once one of the best Search and Destroy teams in the world.
And we got to talk about one thing that's been special all week, and obviously it's been Optic, but it's also been you out there in the crowd showing the love and showing up 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., right, just to get a good seat. You know, the King represents. Scumps also had that watch party. It's really been an incredible weekend, I think, for Optic as a whole, and the crowd going wild has been something special to behold.
Every single time that we're here in Texas, it's a testament to how much a home advantage and having your community and your team behind you can do. I mean, talk about some serious momentum. Again, Optic Texas, I mean, wasn't looking like the best team coming out of Major 3 qualifiers. They were not looking like the best team day 1. But what happens? They get dropped down to that elimination bracket, and this crowd is still showing out day in and day out, packing this house, sitting here at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. to get that front seat, to cheer them on, and they have pushed them with that momentum and that love all the way to the grand finals.
It's absolutely incredible. I call it a Cinderella story, maybe. I don't know if it's going to be classified as that, but it is on the realm of that, you know, to go in from maybe we're expecting top 6, then they reach top 4. Wow, that's good. Now they're in grand finals. It's incredible. Let's take a look at our bracket, though, once again, and kind of just catch everybody up. We've been talking about Toronto Ultra beating Atlanta FaZe. They did so in Winners Finals. Now they are in Grand Finals. Optic Texas, a huge victory over Atlanta FaZe. That puts them against Toronto Ultra in that best of 7 to win not only the trophy, but also the money. Let's take a look at that trophy, though. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. Someone's going to be lifting it up, nameless, and I don't know who just yet.
You know what, Taylor? I have no idea who's going to be lifting up just yet, but if it's anything like these losers bracket matches, Optic has a hell of a chance. But Toronto has done it through the winners bracket. They've done exactly what they needed to do, and they look pretty sound. And right here, you can see already guaranteed 120K in the pocket, an 80K best of 7 and 65 points.
A lot.
Essentially, for both of these teams, locking up a top 8 spot for champs.
Oh, yeah.
And justifying these roster changes. They're already justified.
100%.
And getting that trophy.
And also the rookie winning a major for the first time since 2011. So that's also
so
on
much
the
on the line.
It's a long list, man, and it's grown ever since we started from day 1 to now. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Our Grand Finals, it's about to get started, and I can't wait to do so. We're going to take one more final break. When we come back, Grand Finals, Toronto Ultra versus Optic Texas will be underway.
Ross, I'm here in windy Texas with this beautiful GMC Hummer EV to pick up Shotzi.
This is as good as it gets. Shotzi, the new face of Optic Texas.
I feel like I have a really unique way of going about the game. I like trying to break it.
With Major 3 just around the corner, we're going to go get him, bring him back here, and make him touch some grass.
Even the world's greatest Call of Duty players have to get outdoors once in a while, so we're on a journey to reconnect them with nature in the revolutionary GMC Hummer EV.
Let's go touch some grass.
This is the Hummer EV. It's cool. We're having a lot of fun. See you, dude. Every time. But we had kids in Boston, they pulled up and they were like, yo! It was 2 young dudes, and I was like, we wheeled things, like, what's up, boys? Music, what's up? And they were like, what is this? Like, hey, you boys play Call of Duty? They're like, yeah. We're like, peace. We rolled up. It was so funny. All right, we're on the road. About to go to the Cedar Hill State Park. We're going to touch some grass. Oh, here we go.
Everyone's looking at us, by the way.
Welcome to the GMC Hummer EV. You ready for something cool?
Yeah.
Hands-free Super Cruise.
What? Dude.
Isn't that crazy?
That's insane. You're not even touching it.
No, I'm not even, like, eyes on the road, but hands are wherever they want to be.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yo, I love this car.
Oh, yeah. Let's start things off. In between Major 1 and obviously Major 2, a lot happened.
Scumpy, shocking the world with his retirement. The community shocked by this announcement.
A new era of Call of Duty begins.
What was this whole period between Major 1 and Major 2 like for you?
Dude, if I had to explain it in one word, it felt like a movie.
Okay. Because everyone knows Scump's a legend. One of the most famous Call of Duty players of all time. He's the man.
Yeah.
What was it like getting a team with that guy?
There's nothing but good things to say about that guy. He taught me a lot of things, and people say that, like, you know, he transferred the torch over to me, and, you know, I'm trying to, I guess you could say, live up to his expectations in a way.
Is there a lot of pressure there? Like, do you feel like he's got big shoes to fill no matter what?
Yeah.
Do you feel that pressure?
No, the only reason I don't feel that pressure is just because I'm doing what I love doing.
Shotzi, an incredible round! Just dancing around the map.
Well, you mess with people's aim, their centering, their auto aim. Like, you found a way to change the game and find advantages that not many other people can do mechanically, which is amazing.
Yeah.
You know, that's truly a you thing.
Yeah, no, 100%. As long as I know that I'm trying my best and I'm giving it my absolute all, then I'll always be proud of myself.
You've got the ice IRL. You're keeping it chill IRL. I love that. Let's talk Major 2.
This Optic Texas lineup just made some serious moves.
Scump's not on the team anymore.
Dashy off the team, back on the team.
And they bring in who?
You had a decent run, cut a little short.
And Optic are gone from Major number 2.
I can't complain, honestly. All you could really do is just take that one on the chin.
This Optic team has not been together that long. This is a win in my book to get to the Final Four.
And go back to going to practice every single day and try to improve.
You haven't had a normal team situation. We're coming up on Major 3. You're the host. What's the sort of thought so far?
Going to the major, you want to feel as prepared as possible. Practice definitely gets more intense in terms of the minutes that we put in. After practice, ideally, I like to play 8s just to get those extra reps. It's all about sacrifices, and I understand what it takes to, to be at the top.
This is a lovely place. Look at that lake out there. It's beautiful.
Holy smokes. Didn't even know we had lakes over here like that.
Mate, you're too busy being one of the greatest gamers in the world. I don't blame you.
Too busy trying to win tournaments.
Too busy trying to win tournaments. We're gonna park, touch some grass.
Touch some grass.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League Major 3, the Optic Texas Major at the Esports Stadium, Arlington. It is time for Grand Finals. We got Optic Texas versus Toronto Ultra, best of 7. Big moment for both rosters. We've set the storyline up. You should be caught up either way. I'm excited for this to go down, and we'll get our predictions, I'm sure of it, but we got to start breaking down these teams, and let's start off with Toronto Ultra, a team that beat Atlanta FaZe in what we consider an upset. They made it here for a reason.
They did make it here for a reason, and to be honest, I think like the biggest edge Toronto Ultra might have in this series right now is in that search and destroy, right? They go up against our best search and destroy team in Atlanta FaZe, and they end that 15-win spree where Optic has been kind of back and forth when it comes to that game mode, and in the best of 7, you're gonna need those search and destroys.
Gonna need search and destroys. Search wins championships, right? Yeah. Nameless, that's kind of one of those things back
Absolutely.
in the day that we used to say, and still holds true today. What area do you think they'll struggle at, though, if they do have a struggle?
When it comes to Toronto, it's got to be the hard point because they're solid at it. But when you look at Optic, 9 straight hard point map wins. That is absolutely ridiculous. But to Allie's point, she talks about the search and destroy and how Toronto's been good there. 6 straight control wins. They have been absolutely obliterating everybody in control. Teams on their best map. When we look at Boston, cooked them on LSCLO, compromised them. So Toronto, they do have some edges in this series, especially in particular to this map set.
Well, it's been best of 5s up until this point. This Grand Finals is going to be a best of 7, so it's going to be a bit grueling. I think let's pull them up. Let's pull up our maps and modes, see what we're rolling with. Allie, I want you to start off. What are we seeing?
I mean, I think this is a pretty big square up across the board. I think that hotel hardpoint is kind of going to set the pace for it. You're going to be looking at your SMGs to get hot and fired up really early in this series. Jay, I see it. What do you got for me?
I think the biggest thing that Optic are going to be happy about is that Toronto Ultra, they vetoed Fortress Control. That's the biggest thing that has caused Optic so many problems. So when you take a look at these maps and modes, man, I think every single map is a great one for both these teams. So it's going to be a square up.
Well, when you look at it, like maps 1 and 3, pretty good for Toronto. Like Hotel seems to be their bread and butter, and we look at both of those maps. This is the team Optic played when they formed their roster, and Toronto hit them with the hot 3-0, so it's come around full circle. Toronto sitting in a good spot in terms of the early maps.
Well, our stage is almost ready. The teams are about to battle out for that trophy, for the championship. But for us, we have one more task ahead of us. We have our predictions, and I said it before when they were about to go against Atlanta FaZe. I'm going to say it again. I'm an absolute believer. Optic Texas has won my heart. I'm going Optic Texas. I think they win this entire thing. What do you think?
I've been choosing against this team all weekend long, and they are just consistently proving me wrong every single series. So this time around, I gotta go Optic Texas, man. They are playing lights out in hard point. They're winning some controls. I'm going Optic.
All right, Allie, what about you?
I feel like there's so much power in my hand right now.
That's right.
Let's go, Allie.
I can't end it here. I can't. I'm going with Toronto Ultra.
Going Toronto Ultra for Allie. That bumps the crowd right up. Nameless, it comes down to you. You've been going against Optic for a while now. You went with the Lana phase. Have they converted you?
You know, I had a lot of time to think while I was on my knees in Walmart. And while down there, I decided Optic. They just look way too strong, so I'm going with Optic Texas.
Going Optic Texas. So it looks like it's Optic across the board minus Allie, all right? So, you know, we'll see what's going on with that one. But either way, Toronto Ultra fans, are you out there in the crowd? Toronto Ultra fans, get loud.
Wrong place. Wrong place.
I'm just asking. All right, Optic Texas fans, get loud too. Landon, let's bring the teams on stage. All righty, Texas!
This is the moment that we have all been waiting for. The grand finals here at Optic Texas's major. Wait! What just happened? What just happened? Wait a moment!
Get out of here. There's weak security here. Really weak security. Anyways, we have the grand final. Toronto Ultra, Optic Gaming, another storyline, good versus evil. Because everyone versus Optic is evil. Hey, no! That's not part of the plan. Hate these guys. Anyways, Toronto Ultra. We got. Don't stop it. Scrappy, Kleenex, Hixie, Insight. Guys,
this team has been so good. They've been playing great when it comes to control. Hixie has been the person they've needed. Scrappy is putting on an MVP performance, and they have an opportunity to win this championship. They have to go through the green wall in front of their home crowd. Can they do it? We'll find out. Bring out the green wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finals time. How are we feeling? Let's not waste any time. Introducing to the stage the home team, Optic Texas. Ghosty, Big Brucey, and who?
I'm seeing some serious faces on that stage right now. Remember the last time that Kyler looked like The Undertaker, he took over the series, and he's going to need to here. Optic Texas now face their final opponent to go back-to-back at their own home major, and they had the king to bring them out. I'm ready to get this grand final started!
Bring them out, bring them out.
If you'd have told me Optic would be in the final here on Sunday, I'd have told you to go flashbang yourself. This has been one of the most unbelievably ridiculous, memorable, unpredictable, and wild tournaments we have ever seen here in the Call of Duty world. And it's not even done yet. There's plenty of time to add a little bit more spice to that flair. Miles and chance to take to this grand final is going to be a true privilege and a pleasure. I'm actually lost for words.
And like the two teams that we have right now, Optic are currently on a 9 hardpoint winning spree. They have achieved the flow state. They can see the future. Shotzi has turned into an absolute god on the map. Right back to that MVP form. On the flip side, though, for Ultra, they are undefeated in Search and Destroy. Undefeated in Control. It is the square-up battle. We have made it to the finals, and we are also guaranteed a rookie in their debut debut LAN performance is going to get a win, whether it be Hixie on the side of Ultra, whether it be Ghosty on the side of Optic. You're going to get the first one we have seen since 2012, and obviously in 2012, it was Scump and Bobby.
Oh my God. It was a wonderful moment backstage, walking the halls here of the House of Optic, where Ghosty and Hixie passed each other, and they said, hey man, not everyone knows who we are. After this, the whole world will know who you are. What a finals this is about to be.
And I just cannot imagine the chaos that Optic have dealt with the past few months. The roster changes, the retirements, the drama just with the staff involved with the team, and even for the first 2 days they had in this tournament alone, sheer insanity. They have made it here to Sunday. You have on the side of Toronto Ultra having to get past Atlanta FaZe, the thing that has been the team that has troubled them over the years. They've achieved it. It is rookies getting after it. We are kicking things off. Greenberg Hotel.
Here we go. Into the first, an entirely sold out week of Call of Duty, a packed house here at the Esports Arena Arlington. It has been standing room only for days in here, as we have put on one of the most unbelievable contests. And here we go, straight into this grand finals. Can Optic continue the run here in Hardpoint? We will find out. Greenberg Hotel, the stage is set. The curtain is rising. We're ready to roll.
And Optic, the team that is best in rotating versus the team that is best in breaks. Well, here's your opening break.
How much life does Optic have left in the tank? They have fought their way through incredibly tough opponents, and now the last one. Can Ultra do the unthinkable and pull away a major upset here against this home crowd? So far, so good. Chance, they haven't got a lot of time, but they got the kills.
As strong of a start as you could ask for, getting the clean forward down towards the end. Scrap already rotating over, trying to keep these players contained, but Shotzi so quick on the jump, making sure that if he wants to rotate towards New, he can do it. If you want to chow the time, go and get it.
It's a beautiful shades of green and purple. Of course, Optic will be the green arrows on that minimap. Toronto Ultra, the purple. And as you can see, that hard point is going to move once every minute. Currently, no one in it. Over towards the right-hand side of the minimap we go.
Well, you've got the map manipulation coming through from Optic. They got the right side spawns, made kill to boot, and Shotzi in prime position to get these cutoff kills. And Mr. Demon Time himself, who, hey, he's going to drop there, but should get a good spawn. Maybe not. Optic actually spawn out. Oh! Their time to pounce, but Bruce there to shut him down.
A sweet 2 for Bruce there. Over towards the hard point we go. Optic Texas there in it. His first 200.
Shut up. I invited you, and then I forgot I invited you, and then it said you joined my party.
I tried 3 different e-commerce platforms and none of them were working for me. And this is why I switched to Shopify. When I'm with my
The Cast-Off 762 is so underrated in ranked play. This is actually one of the best guns that you can use. The only reason people run the TAC 56 is because the iron sights are a little bit cleaner, and if you hit all 3 shots in the center chest, you'll kill the enemies a tad quicker. But the Cast-Off, you can hit the enemy anywhere you want, and you'll get a 3-shot kill, and sometimes even a 2-shot kill, making a very forgiving weapon. By the way, do you want that Orion camo, but you're just a little bit too busy to grind through all 2,000 camos? If ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the 2-shot Cast-Off 762. This thing is actually so freaking nasty. As you guys can see, got a pretty good ADS, absolutely 0 recoil, and then once that front target stands back up, I will shoot it in the head, and then we can get that 2-shot kill. 1, 2, 2-shot kill. This thing is underrated. Although I do find in like the Sweaty Diamond or in the Crim and Iridescent lobbies, you do have to use like the Vaziv or the TAC, but if you're in any lobby below there, you should be able to pop off with the Cast-Off 762. That being said, for the first attach, and you guys want to go over to the stock, and we got a couple different options. For me, I'm really liking the Cast-Off Rama. This is going to add a little bit
What we doing?
I'm making a damn class.
of mobility. It's pretty much having 0 cons. If you throw on the pro light, you get a lot of pros, but then you get a lot of cons, and so that's why I prefer the Cast-Off. Say I'm playing the public matches though, then I'll probably run the pro light or the broadside. These two are very good, and they're pretty much identical. It's just for ranked play, you need to hit every shot, so you got to run the Cast-Off. And then for the tuning, you guys just want to increase the ADS speed.
What are we playing? MC. I just seen a motherfucking rainbow, nigga. Shit beautiful than a motherfucker, nigga.
Making the weapon feel a little bit snappier, and then we are losing a lot of aiming idle stability, and so you just want to increase that value so you're not losing as much. Next up, to increase the mobility even more. That's pretty much the biggest downside of this weapon, is that there really isn't that much mobility, and so a great way to bring that back up is going over to the rear grip and throwing the True Tag grip, which then you want to tune it for more ADS speed and more sprint to fire speed. Whenever you have the option increase your sprint to fire, please increase that. That is a very crucial stat of your weapon. And for the next attachment, you guys want to go over to the underbarrel. So I got a couple different options for you guys. Say you want the most amount of recoil control and you don't really mind losing a decent amount of your mobility, then I would run the Edge 47 or the F-Tag Ripper. They are basically the same. The next one down, which gives us a lot of recoil control, but we're not going to be losing as much mobility, is going to be the Commando 4-Rip, which is the one that we're running in the gameplay. And this thing, oh my god, it makes the weapon feel so good. I really recommend you guys to run the commando, but say that's just a little bit too slow for you. The next one down is going to be the face grip. You're not going to have as much recoil control, but you're not going to
What are we playing?
slow. Next up, to add a little bit more recoil control to the weapon, we are going to be going over to the muzzle. There's a lot of vertical on the weapon, really not that much horizontal, so we're going to be adding the socket 40, which specializes in vertical recoil control. Pretty much the way that I test out to see which muzzle is needed for a gun, I go over to the wall, I just shoot at it, and then Exclusive Ace made a video of what every single muzzle is doing. And so this one, there's really not that much horizontal, it's just a lot of vertical. Yes, it does go to the right, but it's just pretty much a straight line. So then if we go and add a muzzle that specializes in vertical recoil control, we can add the sock and tread, which then you just want to tune it for more. Oh my days, why? Which then you want to tune it for more horizontal. Stop moving. Which then you want to tune it.
Why is it so doggone cold, brother? But the block replaced the muscle.
For more recoil stabilization, which is going to reduce the horizontal recoil on the weapon. And then for the bottom bar, increase the gun kick control, which is going to reduce the vertical recoil on the weapon. So now if we take a look at the weapon in the firing range, you guys can see this is going to be a little bit more laser because the enemies aren't that good, and so I can get away with running the laser and get a lot more mobility. But if I'm playing ranked play, I'm going to go over to the ammo and I'm going to throw in the high velocity rounds, which then you actually want to tune it for more recoil.
Oh, it's so darn cold. Severe weather. What severe weather are we looking at? Floods. Uh-oh. Cold as shit, dog.
Steadiness, reducing the horizontal recoil on the weapon. We are losing bolt velocity, but literally Exclusive Ace put out a video proving that this doesn't. My computer isn't that good, and so if I try to record and stream and play, I get like 80 FPS, and it's very hard to win a ranked game against like diamonds and crims when your PC is like freaking out. And so that is why we got a little quad MGB. Okay, it's not a quad, it's a triple, but we basically got a quad MGB. Absolutely insane gameplay. These enemies are very, very good. They're basically iridescent players, you know, obviously. And my 4090 actually just came in the mail with my new power supply, and so you guys should be seeing ranked gameplays very soon. I just, you know, I can't record and play that. I need like everything I can get if I'm going to be playing ranked play. Just, you know, when you start going against crim players, you got to have like everything just working precisely. Even this weapon is actually pretty hard to use in the crim, and I haven't used an iridescent just because I'm only diamond. But when you get to these higher levels, you got to use like the tack with you Vaziv. You still can pop off with it. I won a lot of games, but overall, it seems like the attack and Vaziv are just a little bit more consistent than the Castle 762 when you are playing in the upper leagues. All the way up until like diamond or platinum, it doesn't really matter what you use. And so I'm assuming most of you guys aren't in diamond, crim, and iridescent. And so you should be able to pop off with this weapon. This thing is so freaking nasty. I almost said underrated. It's underrated in ranked play, but in the game, a lot of people do use this weapon because it's a consistent 3.
I'm tired of this shit, dog. Hungry too. piss. Like, no, Crochet League? I'm hating that shit. Take the burger, the dog it is. Might as well let's see. Hello?
Shut up, bitch.
James wrong? You trying to play some Rocket League?
Hell no.
What game you playing?
Banger on my head. You a goof if you tussle.
What game you playing?
Call that booty.
Fuck that game.
Ok, et les muzzles c'est quoi? Plus 41?
Plus 41, plus 17. En partant de gauche à partir de droite.
Ok, quoi d'autre?
F-Tac, le under barrel, en dessous.
Ouais.
Plus 49, plus 22.
Allez. Quoi?
Papa, il t'a dit, t'as pas une sacoche banane pour lui?
Plus 22.
Bitch talk loose on her head like I leave it be. Birds of a feather fought together, getting goose coats. I was the dog on my pape like my new ball.
Kais and that? No fucking way, dude.
We're not a man. Hitman caught 2 ops and they got popped together. Cypress again, mine will cross forever.
Wow, what the fuck?
My dad bought like is a Lucy. I had to get in my player.
Wow, bro, you're so lucky.
Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
I just shot me on Mewtwo.
Where the fuck is this queer bag?
Ah.
Locating the next hardpoint. Get ready. Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint.
Fuck.
Hardpoint relocated. Stand by. The enemy is gaining ground. Push them back. Location updated. Friendly airstrike on the way.
In 5 min.
Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by.
Lot of mother bitch, trust me, nigga. Don't trust your bitch, you gotta trust me. I'm gonna sit like a hoe when I'm checking me. Wait, if I can deal like that's fine. That's a trick. Like, get if I said to me, I'm not even hard about that net to me. Said to me, that's my chat with you. Watch so much that the car came with it. Still, you robbing on mass on. I would have kept it home. I'm going to.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Relocating. Stand by. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
Job respect. Why? We don't like. Actually, my best. Told you about Eddie Brennan. Right. So they had a street narcotics enforcement. Big ton of cops. But then they put me. My partner George, he went to crime, but I went to anti-crime with him. Mike Singer was like a good-looking guy. Wasn't really as Jimmy Scully. So they used to make easy cars. Eddie Brennan, nice guy. Well, I don't know how he lost on a job. You're working with me. What does that mean? So if I be honest, I think it's. So he goes, you know what your problem is? You got all these false complaints, you got all this. Nobody wants to work with you, you know, you're liability, but shit ton of your guys. I don't even know why he. You fucking have to on nobody. Stay in the car. Don't talk to no one. How are you gonna? Kids on a bike. I don't remember what I had for breakfast. Kids on a bike. $40, $50, $70. So, already fucking for you, but sure, like I said, I wanted to right bias. Fucking can you cut him off? Can you please give me a fucking fighting basic call? Everyone drops. The anti-crime. The other dude wasn't going anywhere. So that. Oh, this all happened. Yo, this or you want to worry about? We got an article. Yo, 3 kids on bike. They were kids. I didn't know if they were all 3 kids on bike. Pop, pop, pop. They all dropped. 2 pit. One guy like that. Oscar plays. You know, you got Robbie Cobb. Who can I? That's big. Whole business. Right. Good shape. Always roll with guys. So the reason. Seven. Good guys. So as soon as bad guys have a gun, for whatever reason, dude, that we dude, he took a lot and pulled the piss. I was like, gun. He died. So I always drove because I didn't really. I would gladly put that car on it. Long. Probably he's decent, Clem. Probably I get out. So the bottom line. The finish line. You. So you're not gonna resist arrest because I get to you. Not gonna resist. Oh, sorry. Full story short. Do now. We're wrestling with these. Like they weren't punk. They were just. It's a resisting. Well, like they weren't. As soon as talking and it was like I grabbed that. Ain't going up. You're a big guy in the ghetto. You don't need a gun. You little guys that. Long story short. Fuck Broadway. Grabs the gun. One guy. Lieutenant, so it was 4 against 2. Lieutenant. Throw me the nicest guy. Oh, motherfucker, at least. So he was a gun. Gary had, but they were like, be told like they, so they're no, they can't run. So like, it's the ghettos, poking them up. my priests were literally around. Funny part of the story is that lieutenant on it. This guy literally broke. So now we two. And he gave it to the other guy, so both of possession.
Search and destroy.
Where you met?
We have the device.
How did we lock up? I'm gonna tell you right now. These guys right here. That little dude. That little dude. Badass mother. Who is
So behind you and careful.
1 minute left.
boy?
Full bottom careful.
Whatever, man, but I'm just telling you, no doubt.
We've secured the bomb. Seconds remain.
Oh, so I leave.
Planting bomb at Bravo. Stand by. Fast hands online. Device in place. Countdown started.
Moving here.
Normally, if you make it one call, you get it.
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
Sweetheart.
Moving.
Territories. So that's what blue. Other one is green is E, right? And then the star is.
Search and destroy. All Saber, defend the objective.
I'm gonna say. Do you think that the like if I went into Washington and I think that they still have all those pictures? So do you think that building doesn't exist, or do you think if I made a phone call, you think that would exist?
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
How'd you get there, dude?
So a bulletin board.
Stop telling us it is game.
Switch inside.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Search and destroy.
Also a short. So Lieutenant, back.
Saber, plant a charge on the target and level it.
Right up here. So Brooklyn North. Gun college. Worked in Queens. License. Got the same. Was
bomb secure.
That's what you okay. So I leave. So
planting bomb at Alpha.
the people to rebel.
Bomb planted. Set containment. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
So that one holiday, he got me.
Switch inside.
Meritorious?
Search and
Meritorious.
destroy.
Although,
Saber 1. Set security on the objectives.
one below. Excellent, please. Holy.
Top, yo, top arts or top map?
I get to the 112. Oh shit.
Final 30 seconds.
Know how I met you. We're in boys.
10 seconds remaining. This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
Wait, oh.
Switch inside.
I need.
Search and destroy.
So they couldn't prove.
All Saber. Detonate the target to win. We have the device.
Also short that. Oh, so because they couldn't.
Bottom arts, bottom arts.
Brooklyn North.
Come on. No reg.
Switch inside. Search and destroy. All Saber. Secure a perimeter around the objectives.
Bottom arts, two backstairs. Two backstairs, and it's done. Open door A. Open door A. Open door A. He's still open door A.
Strike on the way. Final minute.
He's inside castle. Top double window. Right there.
Let's go!
Switch inside. Search and destroy. Saber 1. Set a charge on the target and detonate it. We've secured the bomb. Setting device on Alpha. Stand by.
Playing open B. Open A. Open A.
Saber, device. Stand by to detonate.
Backstairs, he weak. The last one backstairs. He's open doors, fucking monkey.
Brooklyn North.
Oh.
Ready up for the next one.
What a loss, Lee. That's one of you.
Switch inside.
First get that.
Search and destroy.
over a car. Going through the car.
Saber 1, set security on the objectives.
Big one trunk car.
One bottom large. He went bottom maps, he went bottom maps.
Enemy planted at Bravo.
Bro, because Odo lost.
Good job.
I nearly picked up his gun, bro.
Roll up, man.
Back in. Back in, boys.
Search and destroy.
Bro.
All Saber, detonate the target to win.
Oh, so that.
He's on A. He's on A.
Bomb secure. Final minute. We're planting at Alpha.
Dude.
Mission complete. Great work.
GG.
He couldn't do anything. So there's a level of what they literally could do. So short, like, oh, like, trouble. She's the whole problem. She's you have nothing to do. You know, like that. Best guy. Came back there. You have to be kidding. This. Go talk to me. Also short. talk to them. I'll stay in the 112. People like never be the ones. Like so in the 112, if somebody had a gun collar, that's
Hard point. The lead is ours.
So wait, come on, I'm getting to the point where we met. He's come. What? I got.
Enemy targets at the hard point.
They couldn't. I don't prove it that.
Threats in the perimeter.
Getting to the point where we met. He's come.
Next hard point. Stand by.
Buddy, so first of all, people.
Location updated.
You don't
Capture
get
the
it.
hard point.
Don't get it. Stuff like Uncle Marty, right?
The enemy has the lead.
Mom was in the like Marty. Like don't get to the get in trouble. I'm gonna say.
Point compromised. Secure the area. Hardpoint relocating. Stand by. Threats in the perimeter.
Oh.
Move to enemy target.
What is equal employment opportunities? This girl, she has no way. Her man at the time was like, what are you? No one, because people, no one would have ever walked into Forest Hills and guys aren't that way, so a little bit of trouble.
Oh shit, he's there.
The one that
Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. We are off the field. Fight back.
I worked with the captain's ice man. They made a cannon. Everyone got a medal.
Hardpoint relocating. Stand by. Location updated. Capture the hardpoint.
I was living in safe, so much. Joe Day. Don't even know.
Get ready.
Close to one
Target area updated. Move to the hard point. Enemy targets at the hard point.
You don't need.
Yeah, right. Nicest kid in the world. His dad was like.
Confirming next hard point. Stand by.
Anyway, I made that collar with no credit. But the one thing that I got was in
Hard point relocated. Secure the. We're losing ground.
that was 4-12 that.
Threats in the perimeter.
How long you in there for?
Hard point compromised. Secure the area.
Maybe you don't need.
Locating the next hard point. Get ready. Enemy target at the hard point.
Everything happened in 2 months.
Target area updated. Move to the hard point.
Ah, god damn it, dude.
Oh, it was June.
I was definitely there.
Hard point relocating. Stand by. Hard point compromised. Secure the area. Threats in the perimeter. Enemy target at the hard point. Threats in the perimeter.
The one I had is
they went ahead, so like after time.
Confirming next hard point. Stand by. Hard point relocated. Secure the target area. Hard point compromised. Secure the area. Threats in the perimeter.
Oh yeah.
Nice, GG's. I was fucked up.
Bro, my sprint button wasn't working that whole game.
Control. We've taken the lead. Capturing A. Lost the lead. We're attacking Alpha. Stay secure. Only one objective left. Take control. Attacking Bravo. Capturing B. We're attacking Bravo. We're engaging Bravo. Fast hands activated.
Bitmain building.
Attacking Bravo. Capturing B.
Why is he?
Enemy reinforcements are low. Engaging Bravo. We're attacking Bravo. Reinforcements are low. We're engaging Bravo. Attacking Bravo. We're attacking Bravo. 1 minute left. Reinforcements are done. 10 seconds remain. We're engaging Bravo. Our reinforcements. Advise you dig in. Attacking Bravo.
Are you fucking?
Alright. Whatever.
What is that? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
Control. The enemy's attacking Alpha. Cowards. They're taking A. Enemies at Alpha.
Fucking one.
Fucking this is how you played, you bitch.
Final minute. Taking contact at Alpha. They're taking A. Airstrike ready for tasking. Enemies at Alpha. The enemy's running low on reinforcements. 10 seconds. This round is ours. Ready up for the next one. Switching sides. Control. Capturing A. We're engaging Alpha. A secure. One objective remaining.
All
We're attacking Bravo. Capturing B. Capturing B. We're engaging Bravo. The enemy's low on reinforcements. You're running low on reinforcements. Bravo. Longbow 3-1. Target acquired. All saber. Mission accomplished.
Bro. GG's, guys.
No joy.
They need to get this fucking map out of CDL.
Black one. You win this, right?
Hard point. The lead is ours.
One up top.
Confirming next hard point. Stand by. Enemies inside the perimeter.
Gotta go next.
Location updated. Capture the hard point.
One tunnel, do tunnel. 2 tunnel, 1 double door.
Locating the next hard point.
3 on the floor. Yeah, I'm going next, bro. I'm going next.
Hard point relocated.
Yo, Jordan, we with these. Yo, what up top? Top left stairs. Statue.
Hard point relocating. Stand by.
Bro, Cloud, bro. We win these, bro. I'm trying to tell you, bro.
You're halfway to mission complete. Safe target area updated. Move to the hard point.
Okay. Tunnel. We at the top. Yeah, somebody get in. Jump in. Get one up top. Go next.
Hard point relocated.
One up top on double door tunnel. Double door.
Copy that. 141 strike inbound. Impact. No hit. Hard point compromised. Secure the area.
Fuck.
Go next, bro.
Hard point relocating. Stand by.
One's out top mid castle.
One behind.
Alright. What's up?
Double dog. Yo, stairs.
Hardpoint relocating. Stand by. Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint.
Yo, they trying to go next. Two tunnels. Bro, there's no way you gotta come back like this. Stop.
Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by. Location updated. At the hardpoint. Enemy personnel at the hardpoint. Locating the next hardpoint. Get ready. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
Sorry.
Enemies inside the perimeter. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Just one more on it, bro. I know that ass, bro.
Enemies inside the perimeter. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Let's fucking go, boys.
This fucking dick. Fuck you talk about, let's fucking
You guys
go,
really
boy.
let's come on your backs there.
You ass, nigga.
You're fat, aren't you?
Control. Do we have 8? Yeah. That's 8.
How's it going, brothers? Let's go up. Anybody with mics? No?
Control.
Top their side already.
Capturing B. We've taken the lead.
Oh, alley. Trucks, 2. There's 1 trucks. Oh, I'm not even over there. Fuck. Jackson.
Where is this guy?
Capturing A. Fast hands activated. Attacking Alpha.
Got a minute.
We're attacking Alpha. We're engaging Alpha.
Another one fast.
You gotta be.
A secure. Last objective. Get it secure.
Gonna be top AC.
Oh my god.
Capturing B.
Dude, there's no way. He's on our.
Longbow 3-1. Target acquired. Strike inbound.
In the.
Enemy reinforcements are low.
Damn, he's up on AC. I called that shit. Boys. Shit.
Capturing B.
Ah, good kill. Coming around our spawn, man.
What is this? This guy.
Capturing B.
He's just chilling back there. No, you're a whore.
10 seconds remaining. You're negative on reinforcement.
Make it there, bro.
Fuck, downstairs.
To your left, to your left. Right there.
Jeez.
Fuck!
That's tough, bro. I really.
Every fucking time on this fucking map, man.
I can't do nothing, bro. I mean, fuck.
That motherfucker used to be fucking me up heavy, I ain't gonna lie. Fucking
Yeah, I was sitting B that whole
jump shot
time.
my
I had
ass,
to.
yeah. Yeah. Crazy with 10. I fuck with you. Let's go. Oh, he's upstairs in the office. In the office, to their side. They're gonna be probably gonna be here.
They're taking B.
Dude, they're like fucking.
On A. Two more at A.
They're taking A. The enemy's attacking Alpha.
Dude, I'm fuck.
The enemy's running low on reinforcements. 10 seconds. They're taking B. This round is ours. On to the next one.
Alright, well, GG's, guys. This is,
Not GG, bro.
what do you mean, bro? I'm gonna start sniping. I don't even care anymore. It's
No,
alright.
don't.
I'm gonna
Bro, you
accept
are-
the fact I'm flat.
No, no. No, don't give up, bro. Come on. My boy's decent. He's going crazy. I mean, I popped off that round. Fucking A. My boy up there on Platy, he's still going crazy. He got 5 that round.
Attacking Alpha. Capturing A.
Low. Oh, bro, he's breaking shit. My boy's breaking shit.
We're engaging Alpha. Attacking Alpha.
Fucking
We've
going
lost
nutty.
the lead.
From man.
Final minute. Friendly cruise missile deployed. Capturing B.
They're all, one's upstairs their side, then there's one down low their side. Good shit. Good kill. Finally killed them back in our spawn. Soccer field, soccer field.
Capturing A. We're attacking Alpha.
Hello?
A secure. One objective remaining.
R window. No way, dude.
Be advised, you're low on reinforcements.
How the fuck? That boy fucking barely. Oh, my boy barely saw me. I was about to laser motherfuckers. Fuck.
17.
30 seconds remain.
One's alley, he's peeking.
Pick it
Window,
up,
window.
boys.
Probably where
We're only getting 1 kill. You only got 1 kill this round.
Capturing B. We're attacking
Get it on B.
Bravo.
Fucking.
1 shot out the door, man. You aim for us.
The enemy's low on reinforcements. Seconds remaining. No support is available at this time. You're on your own.
Alley. See, that's what I'm. See, that's what I'm saying, brother. You saved
bro,
them.
I'm fucking
you
around.
saved them. Hey, that round that I was up on the roof, bro. That shot you hit me on the roof, bro. You saved your teammates' asses, bro. I was about to laser him. I picked somebody's TAC 56 up. I was about to ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, you're a
That
baby.
motherfucker hit too hard. Yeah, pick it up, boys. You got 6 kills this whole game, bro. We're on fucking round 3, dog. I kind of want to let him get round 4. Dude, hilarious.
In the lead. One minute left. They're taking A.
Behind us.
Oh, these boxes.
They're taking B. The enemy's attacking Alpha. Taking contact at Bravo.
Whoa! I didn't see. Guy soccer field.
I'm fucking stupid.
Hostile cruise missile incoming. Final 30 seconds.
Dude, I can't even see it.
Oh, I missed. He's.
Copy. Longbow 3-1 on approach. 10 seconds. Taking contact at Alpha. They're taking A. Enemy reinforcements are low. Bravo. The enemy's engaging all objectives.
I only got 1 on each, so.
Enemies at Alpha.
Fucking bro.
GG's, bro. Fuck. Sophia,
GG,
bro.
boys.
You better hit that firing range, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's kind of embarrassing, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Who you talking to? Me?
No, it's my bottom
Oh, it's
fragger, bro.
Oh, I was about to say, yeah, mine too, bro. He was struggling. Played fucking
GG's.
4 rounds. Yeah, GG.
Control.
One sniping by bedroom.
They're taking Alpha. Enemies at Alpha. They're taking Alpha. They're taking B. Last minute. Fast hands online. They're taking Alpha. They're taking Alpha. The enemy controls all objectives, but we lost Alpha.
No way. No way.
The enemy's low on reinforcements.
Top bedroom.
Reinforcements are running low.
Stairs, stairs.
30 seconds left.
Catwalk.
Reinforcements. Finish that. They're taking B. 10 seconds. They're taking B. That round's ours. Let's win another. Switching sides. Control. Ours. Capturing Alpha. Lost the lead. One minute left.
So fucking.
Capturing Alpha.
Main lobby.
Capturing Bravo. We're engaging Bravo.
They're so cute. Here, baby B, take some flowers and grow big and strong like your box-shaped parents. Does this work? These are for all of the extra bees that are actually going in the...
You're running low on reinforcements.
Now that these houses, let me just pick them up and get these...
30 seconds remain. The enemy is running low on reinforcements. 10 seconds remaining. Capturing Bravo. Taking the lead. We're attacking Bravo. We won that round. Now do it again. Switching sides. Control. The lead is ours. Alpha. They're taking B. They're taking Alpha.
Chandelier.
Alpha. We have one objective remaining. Keep it secure.
Second story apartments. Jump down. Up.
They're taking B. They're taking B. Taking contact at Be advised, you're low on reinforcements.
This game doesn't make sense.
All hunters, mission accomplished. Lack a job.
Monte, ¿qué lleva Monte?
Primero. ¿Era platino 2?
¿Y de platino 2 es diamante?
No, sí.
Search and destroy. We've secured the bomb. Final minute. Lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
Ahora ganemos otra.
Switch inside. Search and destroy. All Saber, secure a perimeter around the objectives. One minute left. Fast hands online. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
Preparémonos para la siguiente.
Hostiles in this area. Switch inside. Search and destroy. Saber 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. We have the device.
But like, I'm playing this shit like a fucking deathmatch, bro. It's not. Not team deathmatch. I repeat. Not team deathmatch. Fuck.
All Saber, defend the objective.
Their side going towards satellite. Walking up that hill. Search and destroy.
Okay.
All Saber, plant a charge on the target and level it. Bomb secure.
That shit's big.
There's nobody with me with a fucking bomb, bro. You guys are fucking ass for fucking blackness, bro.
We have the device. Took a loss there. Let's not repeat it. Switch inside. Search and destroy. All Saber, secure a perimeter around the objectives.
And you're there, dude. You're fucking there. Fucking kill him.
Moving here. Enemy in the area. Got movement. Final minute. Got movement. Moving.
Oh, bro, why the fuck y'all, yo? Oh my god.
Moving here. Final 30 seconds.
Oh my fucking god. Fucking garbage.
Fucking garbage. Fucking garbage.
Fucking garbage. Whole fucking team.
Fucking garbage.
Search and destroy. All Saber, detonate the target to win. Bomb secure. Hostile cruise missile launched. One minute left. We've secured the bomb. Setting device on Alpha. Stand by. Bomb planted. Set containment.
He's probably fucking defusing.
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one. Switch inside. Search and destroy. All Saber, defend the objectives. Got movement. Final minute. Enemy movement. 30 seconds remain. Victory there. Prepare to repeat it. Search and destroy. All Saber, plant a charge on the target and level it. Bomb secure.
Oh, uno arriba.
Minute left. We're planting at Alpha. Device in place. Started. one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Saber 1. Set security on the objectives. Planted at Alpha. We've defused the bomb. We took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it. Search and destroy. All Saber, defend the objective. Final minute. Friendly cruise missile approaching target. Final 30 seconds.
Guess we ain't so bad now, Hemi.
Y'all are real quiet now.
Yeah, you literally cursed yourself out, bro. Still ain't say shit the whole fucking game. That don't matter. Fuck. It's still shitty.
gonna steal all your coins. Wait, what the heck are we gonna do? I worked so hard for these coins. Help!
Dude, don't panic. We have triple coins at the moment thanks to all these awesome network boosters.
Oh, I thought those pirates were gonna steal our money. Do you guys know where the fancy dress park is?
Triple coins for everyone when you purchase network boosters over at store.hypixel.com.
Ha.